Check, check. Microphone check. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. I hope everybody's doing good today. So, yeah. Today, we have the new content from Wildlands that we're going to be playing. And, well, showing. Because it's actually more than anybody would have expected. It's definitely more than what I expected. I did not expect Ubisoft to put out so much content. Although there are some caveats which we're gonna talk about. We are going to talk about on stream. Just get rid of the things that I don't need. And I also have some surprises, some surprise announcements for you guys. Which I know some of you were waiting for, were hoping for. Because I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Yeah, you know, whatever. This is gonna be what it's gonna be. Let's see, what should we start with? I think I'm gonna announce the special things a little bit later, when there are more of you around here. And until then, I'm gonna show you. Oh, wait, I forgot to. Where's here? Yes. No, here. This. That. There we go. Yep. We working. Okay, good. So, Wildlands. We got a bunch of stuff to talk about. I did have the event on my Discord where we were watching, a few of us, when Wildlands announced, Wildlands Ubisoft, where Ubisoft announced all the stuff that they added / re-added / modified, well, almost all the stuff that they did with Wildlands. Oh, okay, there we go. And that is the first thing. Now, this is something that you can recognize in two ways. One, if you saw the movie, maybe you can recognize. Or two, if you've played the game prior than they took it out. So what we're looking at there, and right here on the map in Caymanes, is the Jungle Moved mission, which is the Predator. So yes, that's one major thing that they did. They re-added the Predator mission. Hey there, DC, welcome in.
Stay low.
Yes, that is the first thing that we're gonna be doing. Well, after we talked a little about the modifications. The other modification that they did is, as you can see, it is nighttime and it's storming. Now, what does this mean? Let me show you right here. They added a world and session settings where you can change weather, time, you can enable/disable alarms, jammers, mortars, and SAM launchers. With the SAM launchers having also another option called persistent. I didn't even pay attention that I left it like this. Persistent means that if you blow up a SAM launcher, it's gonna stay blown up. But with one caveat, and that is that's only for that session. At least that is what I understood. Still have to try it out. The weather, you can now, as I said, you can change the weather and you can set it to be dynamic, so it changes, or you can set it to fixed and it's gonna stay the way you set it. Same thing with the time of day. Now the time of day, it's the same for settings. It's the same for times that you could set before from the map, if you remember, with the redeploy. But again, this one is the same with the weather control, where you can have it fixed or dynamic. Fixed meaning it's gonna stay the same time of day that you set. All right. The other ones, as I said, are enabled, disabled, enabled, disabled, enabled, disabled, and this one is default, whatever was so far. If you get too far, then it's gonna reset, deactivate, like totally deactivate the SAM launchers for the session, or persistent. If you blow it up, it's gonna stay blown up for this session. So this is one modification. That's nothing. Join public, nothing. All right. What other modifications are there? First of all, you can see it here as well. There is one thing missing. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. It's one tab missing. That tab is the challenges. They got rid of the challenges. There are no more challenges. You cannot get prestige points anymore by doing challenges. And actually, even in the store, you cannot buy prestige crates anymore. Now, if you did buy prestige crates and you still have them, you can still open them. However, you cannot buy any new ones. And with the prestige points, as you can see, you can do the boosters only. Supply packs, skill points pack, and a different kind of boosters. The tier 1 boosters or the various XP boosters, short, medium, long. Now, I am not sure, I cannot confirm or deny or whatever, that you still get the prestige points for finishing bosses in Ghost mode and leveling up in Ghost mode. Well, leveling up in tier in Ghost mode. I unfortunately cannot tell. I would have to get to tier 2 and then level up to tier 1 to see, which I would like to. But yeah, that's about the challenges. They've been removed. Now, since we're in the store, I've told you about the prestige points. The regular store, they re-added the Predator pack. And now they have the 2 new DLCs. And, well, actually, the 2 new packs. And various other packs, which is like the Predator pack. Wait, let me see. Can I? No, I cannot open it. It's going to open up the store. But anyway, here is... Wait, do you even see this? Oh yeah, you do see this. Awesome. So here is we have the Predator premium pack added, which is gonna be basically the same things as you could get before. It contains everything that has to do with the Predator. Then we have the Definitive Edition, which... This is... we are getting into territory that I do not like. It's Ubisoft being scammy again. Which is, this is an upgrade. Ghost Recon Wildlands Definitive upgrade for 50 euros. For 50 fucking euros. Now, why I don't like this is because if I go to the store, wherever right now, let me actually start with this. Right now, Ghost Recon Wildlands, and actually various other Ghost Recon games as well, are on a huge discount. Which means the Definitive Edition is on a discount as well. On a 75% discount. Which, from its original price of 100 euros, is at 25 euros at the moment. And this is very fucking scammy from Ubisoft. You can buy the game, the Definitive Edition, for 25 euros, but you cannot upgrade your game. You can upgrade your game for 50 fucking euros. Because they didn't do any, they didn't discount the upgrade. They discounted only buying the game. Oh, it is on sale on Ubisoft as well, on Ubisoft Connect. It's everywhere. It's like that. On Steam, on Ubisoft, on Epic, is the same thing. You either buy the game for 25 or you upgrade for 50, which makes absolutely no fucking sense. So anyway, I actually did write Ubisoft about this. Well, I'm sorry, no, not quite about this. If they're being scummy, I'm gonna be scummy. And I ask them if there is, wait, you know what? Let me actually read exactly what I asked them. And their support is, I don't even want to talk about it, but. So I told them this. I have this game from way back when it came out, pre-ordered Ultimate Edition. I would like to know what happens with this version that I currently have and my saves from it if I buy the definitive edition. Not upgrade, buy. Will I lose anything from my current edition, or will the new content be added to it? Now, what I got to this, it was a fucking link to one of their help center articles that tells me what the definitive edition contains. I'm not sure if what was in their head. What did they not understand about what happens with the saves on my current version? But that gives me jack shit information. What is in the definitive edition? I already know what is in the definitive edition. I already saw that article. It's in your fucking store, in the description, what's in it. So anyway, I wrote them back. And supposedly, I still didn't get it yet, but supposedly, nothing's gonna get deleted or lost. Now, I didn't want to risk it for the stream, but I am going to see about that. And since we are on the support thing, I also had another case opened for this. My Mark 18 that I use, I cannot fucking change the sight on it. Everything is locked. Like, are you serious, Ubisoft? Something that I already unlocked, you're gonna take away. Are you fucking serious? So I wrote them about this too. And I did see, going back to the store, I did see, and others noticed as well, that there are various packs that I already bought with in-game currency. And no, not all the mods, just specifically the sites. You don't have sites on the Mark 18. Everything else is fine on the Mark 18, but no sites. So for one, let's start right here. They added the motors and rotors pack. Now here you have every vehicle that there was so far. And they added this one. Wait, no, not this. That's the Gatling chopper. That one we had. The military, rocket, white chopper. This one. This is the one that they added. This is basically a small bird without any weapons on it. It's just like the black one without any weapons, but this is this white with the white camo. The Santa Blanca one. You should be able to grab this for free. And actually, there are multiple things in the store that you should be able to grab for free. Mainly all the stuff that you had to grind for previously. Now you can get for free. I cannot show you, unfortunately, what it is, because I already got them. And here is one of the first ones. Supposedly, I have everything from this list, the Splinter Cell equipment, except the 5.7 blacklist, which is fucking dumb, because that is exactly the weapon that I used each time I started a Ghost Mode character. So this is an entire weapon that's been taken. Granted, I did not check. You know what? Let's check right now. Handguns, 5.7 blacklist. Check this out. I still have it. What the actual heck? What the actual heck indeed? What the actual fuck, more like? So how do I not have the 5.7 blacklist if I have the 5.7 blacklist? All right, anyway, moving on. Here, this is the two new packs that they added. The Nightfall and the Cold Eye pack. Now, these are mainly icons, they were called before. Now they also renamed those. I don't remember for what, we will check in a bit. So these are the ones that you get for in your definitive edition. All these icons. And the weapon, this one was in the game already previously. This one as well. This one as well, it seems like. I already own all of these. I already got all of these prior to the update. Okay, what is this? Fast Plus Panoramic NVG. Okay, so this is actually the... Oh wait, no, that's not the one that I usually use. That's right. But it's one that was already in the game prior to the update. Fast and Panoramic NVGs. Well, the Fast Helmet and Panoramic NVGs, I should say. All right, then we have the Nightfall Protocol, which is basically a watch, sorry. Some more helmets with NVGs. Eyewear. The Echelon gloves. More helmets. Cold Eye, another watch. Nightfall Protocol, eyewear again. Different one, different kind. Nightfall Protocol patch. We can see right here. Cold Eye patch. OWL. Okay, what the fuck is this? Cold Eye Nightfall Protocol. What the heck is this? It's not even working. All right, I don't know what this is. Owl. I think this is a patch as well. The owl patch that I have already. Then you have all the icons, again, separately, with specific weapons to them. All of them separately. Then we have the iconic skins. Oh yeah, that's what they renamed them to. Iconic skins. These are basically the same ones that were in the game before. The Rainbow Six operators, Black Ice and Dust Line. I don't know what this is. More Rainbow Six operators. White Noise, more Rainbow Six operators. Okay, so all of these are just Rainbow Six operators. Siege. Yep, all of them. Different branches. All right, then we have the Ghostware, the PvP stuff, where you have all the classes. These, I do remember that these are free. You can get these as well if you're into PvP, or just if you want to have them, like I do, even though I don't do PvP. And then there we have the weapon packs. Now, I think this is where they fucked up. The T5XI Tactical. What are you talking about? I have this. This is actually literally one of the scopes that you can grab in the game, like pick up. Ubisoft. What are you doing? The Russian red dot. The panoramic. The panoramic sight is literally the first sight that you pick up. This is literally the first sight you pick up. At where you rescue Amaru. I'm so confused what they did. How they managed to fuck this up. Scopes, free. So you get... What? I swear, if this is gonna unlock... Look at this. So many of them just saying owned now. Barrels. And the muzzles. And after this, everything's gonna be owned. Oh, no. Okay, there is still the Stalker and the CQC. Which is... What am I missing? I'm not missing anything. Everything says owned. What? So how do I... What? In here as well. I have everything. Okay, anyway. And of course you have the boosters here as well that you can grab with the blue credits. The in-game currency. Okay, let me check, because I'm very curious now. We do Mark 18. Everything got unlocked. I'm going nuts. You would think after almost 10 years, Ubisoft would learn something about, you know, bugs and such. But I guess, I don't know. Anyway, moving on. And the other thing about the store items that I don't like is since they removed the whatchamacallit, the challenges, and you cannot get the crates anymore, you are unable to grind the game to get these either. You actually have to spend the money either on the definitive edition or to buy the blue credits to be able to buy these. Which is, okay, this is dumb, however. So this is like 20 euros. Well, I guess I should say right now it's dumb. This is 20 euros. It gives you 3,800. Let's say with whatever I have, that's like 4,000, okay? For 4,000, I won't be able to get the 2 packs for 20 euros. Okay, anyway, moving on. Other changes that they made. And the options in the gameplay section, if you're playing solo, now you can choose how many teammates do you want to have. From 0 all the way to 3, to the full squad. This is a change that they didn't have initially when they came out with Wildlands. It was you could play with teammates, that's it. Then at some point they added the option to disable teammates, so it was either 3 or 0. Now you can change between them from 0 all the way up to 3. All right. Difficulty. They changed the difficulty, well, settings as well. Now you can set your difficulty more granularly. You still have the default ones that you had before as well, but now you can also customize it. You can set the enemy firepower modifier, the vehicle breakability, durability basically. Or, well, yeah, breakability. It's the opposite of durability. The enemy endurance, the enemy perception, how quickly they detect you, and the health regeneration delay in seconds. From, let's see, from 0 all the way to 20. I wonder what 0 means. Does that mean that you don't get to regenerate, or that it's instant? Anyway. No, I do not want to save. I'll just leave default right now, the extreme, as it was before. Another thing that they added is these ghost parameters settings options. Now you can switch these things and you are able to play it like ghost mode. So with some of the options, which is the weapon reloading mode, for example. We have the arcade one that you use in the regular campaign, which is if you have a half magazine, you reload, it just fills up that magazine. And there is the tactical reload, which if you have a half magazine and you reload, you lose that other, that half. So now you can do this in the normal campaign as well, not just in Ghost mode. The other thing, the number of primary weapons. In Ghost mode, you always had only one primary weapon, and in normal campaign, you had two. Now you can have one primary weapon in normal campaign as well. And the last thing is the revive settings, which is the default mode, which is the same as so far. There's instant death, which means you will not be able to be revived anymore. You don't go down, you die instantly. And there is a limitless revive, which, well, pretty much happened so far as well in co-op. Not in not in single player though. Which actually, wait a second. Let's see, limitless revive. Players can be revived by their teammates without limitation. Okay, but in that case, they still didn't fix that bug with the night vision. Yep, it still defaults back to the default night vision. Anyway, so which in that case, what did they do with the last chance? Increases the number of revives of the number of times your AI teammates can revive you before you die. So is this useless now, or what exactly is happening? I'm confused. Ubisoft, no, not store. What is this, Ubisoft? Default mode uses default parameters and skill bonus. Okay. Okay. I think that's it. So if you leave it on default, you can be revived once in single player. I'm talking only about single player right now. You can be revived once, and if you have that skill, then you can be revived once more by your AI teammates. If you put it to limitless revive, then it doesn't take into consideration that skill bonus. So you will be able to be revived by your AI teammates without limitation. Ubisoft, you have to work on your texts, on your communication. I love how much you know about this game. It's like me with The Division. What the heck? Well, this is all new to me as well. All right, another change. The HUD. They added 2 more things to the HUD that is toggleable. Now, for those of you that were on my stream previously, a few times I played with a mod that removed the notification sound, not notification, the being seen sounds and the grenade sounds. And I don't remember exactly if it removed the red circle as well. But now you can activate or deactivate these impact and trajectory previews. And this actually, from what they said on the reveal, this actually is gonna impact the sounds as well. So you won't, if you disable, you won't hear specific sounds regarding this. And the interaction shader. Like, you know how when you were walking around and you saw an ammo crate, it was like glowing, doing this thing so that you could see that you can go there and interact with that object. Now you can also disable it. So no more glowing. So what you knew about the revive perk? I forgot about that. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I literally just thought about it as I was reading that because it wasn't making any sense. Because in single player, you can go down only twice if you have the revive perk. But in co-op, you can go down however many times you want. As long as you are revived or you respawn or whatever, it doesn't matter how many times you go down. So I wasn't sure what they meant by that. But anyway, so this is regarding the HUD elements that you can now, that are extra, that you can now toggle. Hey there, Kevo, welcome in. Welcome, welcome. So, HUD elements, ghost parameter, so that you can play closer to ghost mode instead of the default one for normal campaign. The difficulty granularity and the team composition, which you can set from 0 to 3 whenever you play solo. The number of AI teammates, basically, is what it is. I don't think there was any other changes from what I know. Of course, we have the 4K and the 60 FPS for new-gen consoles, but I'm on PC, so that for me does nothing. And yeah, I think that's about it. And of course, well, that's not all. There is, as Kevo is asking the new missions, there is an entire new DLC expansion, whatever you want to call it. The same way as it was with Narco Roads, the same way as it was with Fallen Ghosts. Now we also have, actually, you know what? Fuck it, let's go back to the main menu. And to answer your question, Kevo, no, I did not yet. We're gonna play it tonight. Hey there, Lou, welcome in. Welcome, welcome. So here, as you had Narco Roads, Fallen Ghosts, and well, the other game modes as well, Guerrilla, the Mercenaries, the Ghost mode, the Ghost War. Now you have the Last Rites. This we're gonna be doing after we do the re-edition mission, the Predator mission. What you've been doing so far? So far, I've been explaining all the not the challenges, all the changes. Yeah, speaking of challenges, that's the other one. They took out the challenges. But yeah, I was explaining all the changes that they did. As I just said, no challenges, the options with the teammate composition, the difficulty granularity, the ghost parameters to be able to play it more like ghost mode with one weapon, with tactical reloads and number of revives, so to say. And the 2 newly added HUD elements that you can toggle. The impact and trajectory preview and the interaction shaders. Play less rights. I will withhold comment until you finish it. All right, I do appreciate it, Luke. Thank you. Thank you. And you too, Kevo. Thank you very much. I was specifically waiting for the stream to play it. My fingers were itchy, but I didn't play it. Or them, whatever. No spoilers indeed. They took out the challenges. Why? Yes. Well, they said that they took out the challenges because of the things that they added. They were not compatible with each other. Now, as we all know, we are talking about Ubisoft. So even though this might be partially true, they basically just want you to buy these packs instead of being able to grind in-game and be able to get these packs without paying them money. Because Ubisoft. That's not a big brainer. Are crates also gone? Most... Oh no, here. They are not. They are not, however, you cannot buy crates, so they are. If you had crates bought prior to the upgrade, to the update, then you should still have them. You should be able to open them up. But you cannot buy crates anymore. They forgot to, wow. They even forgot to fucking take out the go to store button. Are you serious? Ubisoft, okay. I cannot buy prestige crates and I have like 6k points. Oh no, you cannot buy the crates anymore. No. The prestige points, all you can use for now is these. Supply packs, skill point packs, and boosters. That's it. So if you have prestige points, the points can be used only on these. If you have prestige crates, those you can still open and get the stuff from those. Now, as I was saying earlier, I cannot confirm or deny. I do not know if you still get prestige points for doing things for the first time in Ghost Mode. For that, I would have to get my Ghost Mode character to tier 2 and to level up to tier 1. And then I could tell you. But until then, unfortunately, I cannot. Are these changes permanent? Most probably, Kevo. I would say yes. Just going by the fact that we're talking about Ubisoft. Also, I'm not looking forward to the Breakpoint update next month. My mods will break. Oh, speaking of, that's right. Thank you for reminding me, Lou. Breakpoint also gets some in-game content with this. To be honest, I did not check. I cannot confirm. Whenever the event was happening, from what I've seen from the chat in the Ghost Recon Twitch channel, people were checking the contents were not yet out in Breakpoint. But yeah, there's gonna be stuff in Breakpoint as well added. They're probably not going to update it again. Are you talking about this that I was talking about, Lou, with Breakpoint? Or are they gonna have like another different update specifically for Breakpoint? The Wildlands one. Okay, so you're saying that the Breakpoint updates is gonna be, the Breakpoint content is gonna be added next month. They might put out a hotfix, but other than that, this is probably the last Wildlands update. To be honest, I don't think they're gonna put out any hotfixes. The only hotfix that I can think of them putting out is maybe, just maybe, taking out the crates from here, and whenever their whatchamacallit, copyright stuff expires again with the Predator, taking out the Predator. That's the only patch update that I can see Wildlands having. Nothing else. But I mean, I could be wrong. I was wrong about this update as well. I was expecting 1 or 2 missions, the same as with Operation Oracle, that would introduce the new Ghost Recon. And that's it. And instead we got all of these. And we didn't get whatever I was talking about. So I could be wrong. I don't know. Breakpoint will have a free bundle next month. Considering how the frameworks work, it will require a game update which will break mods. There's possibly they acquired the Predator license with perpetuity. The only reason they didn't before was because perpetuity licenses are expensive. Maybe that they did. I don't know. We shall see probably in a couple of years. Or actually not in a couple of... How many years was it before they took it out? Like 5, 6 years, something like that? So I don't know. I guess we will see. But right now we are starting off... Oh, and for those of you that weren't here, I didn't check before, so it's kind of my bad. But for example, for my Mark 18, I didn't have any scopes. I had to repurchase for free from the store the scopes so that I can use on my Mark 18. And this might be, I did not check, this might be the case for other weapons as well. And there are some other things as well, actually. There were, what were there? Scopes, muzzles, and barrels, I think. I think it was these 3. 100% that they are trying to butter us up for Project Over. I can say I hate that. Yeah, they are, 100%. I open up Ghost Mode, it seems I'll still get my 400 orange points, prestige points for some of my remaining bosses. And I have a boss mission right now, so I can prove it. Alright. Okay, but that was a lot of talk, like an hour worth of talk, about what they added.
Unidad bird approaching. Stay down.
Now let's actually start the stuff. We're gonna be starting off in the normal campaign, no changes. Actually, wait, no, I did a change, but it shouldn't do. Wait, which one did I? I already don't remember. No. Oh, which one? What did I do? Where is it? World, this is. Oh yeah, and this is the other one. I forgot about this to show you guys. Well, I did initially, but here. The world and session settings, where you can change the weather, the time of day. You can make them permanent if you change them. You can enable, disable alarms, jammers, mortars, and SAM sites. And with the SAM sites, you can change. Oh shit, I forgot about these. Right, there are more than that. With the SAM sites, you can actually leave it a default as it was before. You can disable them, or you can put them on persistent. This is the one thing that I changed. Persistent means that in the current session, if you blow up a SAM site, however far you go or whatever, that SAM site stays destroyed. So this is actually good, like, for example, in Media Luna, for example. If you walk around all around Media Luna, you destroy the SAM sites, and then you go to MOB Condor to fly off with the, whatchamacallit, with the plane. You can just fly off without having any issues, without being scared that you're going to be shut down by a SAM site. That's a good change? Yes, it is. I mean, I don't have problems with that, but I like this change because it's more realistic, I guess. Because a SAM site is not going to be repaired if you move away like 800 meters all of a sudden IRL. So, ground vehicle patrol rates. You can have them default as they are so far. You can have reduced ground vehicle patrol rates. So you're going to have less ground patrols, Unidad, you know. Or you can full on disable them. I'll leave them as they are. Unidad helicopter patrol rates. Same thing, but for the Unidad helicopters. Unidad patrols. Helicopter patrols, whatever. Default, reduced, disabled. Unidad maximum alert level. You can actually lower or even disable maximum alert levels for Unidad. What does this mean? If you have it disabled and you engage with Unidad, supposedly, they shouldn't be calling in any more reinforcements. You're not going to have the Unidad levels up on the right corner. Or you can have it only 1, 2, 3, or 4. 4 being the default, whatever it was. I can tell you that at level 3 Unidad level is whenever they start sending in helicopters, the small birds. Level 4 is where they start sending in the Cobra helicopters. And you can enable, disable friendly fire in normal campaign. So again, basically the same thing as in ghost mode. You can have friendly fire. I actually totally forgot about these. I went down only to the SAM launchers, SAM sites. SAM sites are easy, but now we have new gameplay elements. I'll probably set them to reduce the ground vehicles. Okay. A new bug. I just realized I have unlocked my boss mission with just one mission completed in the province. Well, that depends on the province, Kevo. That is actually possible if you know where to go, or like if you happen to stumble upon it. In certain places, you can actually go for straight for the. Well, actually, I'm not sure if straight for the, but definitely like earlier to the boss missions. Okay, but so yeah, as you can see, I left everything as it was except the SAM launchers, which I set to persistent. So if I blow them up, they're gonna stay blown up. This world session settings, it's set by the host. So this is not per person. I mean, it does make sense that it's set by the host, but still, I want to clarify that. So the friendly fire, if the host enables it, there is friendly fire. Versus the difficulty settings, which is still set by each person. All these, the granular control of the difficulty. So basically the same as it was before. But I never knew that. I just loaded into my ghost mode save. I logged out after the first mission in Tabakal. A couple of weeks back, got the call from Bowman that we got her, and now I'm doing the boss mission. I didn't intentionally activate something. Right. There are some loopholes for Wildlands for her missions. Like exactly for Tabakal. Tabakal is Madre Coca. Like the mission, the Madre Coca mission itself is so that whenever you start it, you first have to go and talk to some rebels at some what is that gas? No, it's not a gas station. Like a garage, something, some sort of structure, building, something. And you can actually fully skip that and go straight for her and kill her. All right, but the predator, or I should say the jungle moved. Speak with the girl. Wait, let's see. The ghosts have been told that the local girl has seen something unusual in the jungle of Caimanes. Talk to her to find out more. This mission has no impact on the completion percentage of this region. That is sort of a lie, but okay. So we're gonna go kill the predator. Doing this in tier 1? Yeah, of course. Why not? You got insta-killed anyway by the predator, so it doesn't matter if I'm tier 1 or not. Hey, Nini. Welcome in. Welcome. Never thought I would see you do this again. I know, right? Me neither, Nini. Me neither. How are you doing, Nini? How is it going there with the typhoon? I saw the videos that you were posting. Predator mission? Nightmares? Alright, I forgot. You hated it so much. I did. And I'm sure I still do. I'm not sure if I hated it though. Oh my goodness, just go the way I tell you to go, please. It's passing now? Okay, that's good. I had fun with it. All right, here's the girl.
Are you okay?
I don't know. It killed them. It killed them all!
It? You mean he?
No. It. La jungla. The jungle in Caimanes. It came alive. It reached out and took them to Infierno!
How did you get away?
I did not. It did not hurt me. El Monstro could feel I was no threat.
You were unhappy with it? Right. I was. Okay, I did receive my prestige points in ghost mode. Okay, so that is confirmed. You still get your prestige points in ghost mode for killing bosses for the very first time. And I would presume also for leveling up in tier, as that was a thing before as well. La jungla. Yep. Don't forget to hydrate, guys. Don't forget to hydrate. Okay, I don't even remember, like, fully remember the mission. Like, this part with going to the 3 places, I forgot that you had to go to 3 places. I remember where you had to go somewhere from here, and I did remember the spacecraft, but that's about it. Hey there, Leo. Welcome in. Welcome. Investigate the 3 areas. How are you doing, Leo? I have a feeling that I'm gonna have to be doing this a lot of times with different people. I'm not even sure how is better to show you guys. Oh, here it is. Magnificent. Kinda bummed I missed a package delivery that was important, so I'll have to wait. Oh, but you still get it, right? It's not being sent back. We got a few skulls.
Jesus. You guys seeing this?
No way a machete did that. Too
Machete.
surgical, too clean.
Definitely not a machete. As soon as I'm done updating, I will be doing Predator mission non-stop. It's so fun. What the heck? I still have a video of me doing the Predator. And also, if I remember correctly, it even like killing it. Bro enjoys torture. What do you mean? I love the 2DC. Postal service either tries next day or tells you to pick it up at the office. It's all good. Ah, okay, good. I remember we had to put so many mines around. Right. Look at these guys just hanging around.
What the fuck happened to them?
I've seen the cartel do some sadistic shit, but this?
We sure it's cartel?
Who else?
And grenades galore. Right, it was so long ago. It was. I hear ya. I'm coming for you. I'm gonna see who's the real predator. Ready? Crazy statement. Nah, he's just a big baby. The Predator was actually the whenever I would start a new Ghost Mode character, the Predator would be the very first mission that I would do. Because I know it's one of those missions that you die a lot. So, yeah, it's better if you die like the very first mission.
Guys, what on earth am I looking at here?
Is that real?
In what sense?
Fuck if I know.
Okay, wait. I know. That was him. You know what I should have done? I should have dressed like Schwarzenegger. Wait, yeah, options. Let's have some music as well. There we go. Some Predator music. Sorry, I'm hungry. There's ship. Get a welding torch. See if you can fix it with some steel plates. Wrong game, Leo. Wrong game. Almost, but not really. Never apologize for being hungry, Kevo. I have oatmeal. Yeah, go eat something if you're hungry.
I got a visual on... something.
Some
What's
green
the
goo.
consistency?
Well, you think I'm touching it? Looks almost like... blood.
Whatever we're dealing with, it bleeds. And if it bleeds...
We can kill it.
And if it bleeds, you can kill it. Indeed. You know what? I'm not gonna make a... Oops, what's this? I'm not gonna make a... whatchamacallit? A Schwarzenegger outfit, but we're gonna kill him like this. Close enough, right? I meant with the scream. Okay, I was actually wondering if that's what you mean. That's why I didn't really say anything. For dinner. He said the thing. 2:25 p.m. Wait, I don't remember where it is. There are some dead guys there. He sees us. Okay, here it is. You ready, guys? You ready? He saw something. Oh, he semi-closed his eyes.
Unidad bird approaching. Stay down.
Unidad bird, just shut the fuck up with Unidad. Serious?
Maybe we should keep the guns down. Make sure we don't scare anyone.
What the fuck is that?
And there goes the predator. I was born ready. Can't you just send some missiles at that thing? I know, right? The fuck is this civilian doing here? The heck? She has a death wish. Well, he didn't see that coming. He's still kind of alive though. His eyes are moving. Civilians have things to do, right? A predator won't stop them from doing things, from doing their chores. Okay. A question for you guys. How should we do this? Should we try and do this properly first? LMG and nades, you're gonna die. That wasn't my question, DC. What the heck? So just go RPing first. Properly would be with a full team. There's my... Well, I guess here's my full team with Weaver and Midas like way behind. I don't think they want to do this. What is the next option? Well, I mean, calling in rebels, putting up all sorts of mines, stuff like that. Where are they? I don't know. They're back at the bodies, I think. Artificial intelligence. Just add water. The problem with this artificial intelligence is that they are already watered down. Do whatever it takes, spare no expense. All right, you know what? Fuck it, guys. We're gonna go in like this. No rebels, no nothing. Well, you guys would be nice if you would.
Roger, move it.
Hurry up, indeed. From all the way back there, Midas. Move your ass. The heck? Probably would be in a way that is more likely to win. Nah. Okay, shit. I need to remember how to do this.
Is that real?
Why did I change? Hello, Predator? You gonna show yourself? You are, but not really. Did you mod your gun, Bulan? Yeah, it's my regular...
Weapons free, weapons free.
It's my Mark 18. All the mods were still there. Shit, disappeared. Except the scope. The sights.
We can kill it.
Which I added... once I got the pack again. Where? go loot the car, see if you can get the thermal. Why did all my scopes change? Go to the store and buy the scope pack. I had that same problem with what's it called? With my Mark 18. I lost all my mods. I did shoot him though. The fuck? Yeah, they are free. If it was pre-update, then that doesn't count.
Shit, man down. We can kill it.
You have to re-get them.
Just hold on, man. I'll be right there.
That's right. I used to actually do it at this.
That's gonna hurt in the morning.
Whatchamacallit?
Man down, man down.
You with me, man? I'll be right there.
Holder is what you call it.
Son of a bitch. We got a man down.
Think I will play Wildlands today.
Hang tight. I'm heading your way.
Once we're done with the Predator, guys, we're gonna go and play
Man,
the
if
last
you shot
rites.
straight, I wouldn't get fucked up.
Did I use up already that many bullets on him? With a supply?
We got a fucking man down.
That's
Thank
right.
you.
Get him out. Good. Where? I think I saw you. Okay, good. We are
Shit, man down.
getting close because he's now trying to get us faster and faster. There he is.
You'll be fine, man. I'm on my way. God damn.
Where did he shoot from? I don't see him. Oh, there. Somewhere. There.
Man down over here.
There, I see him.
Man down. Just hold on to
You're
your
gonna be
shit.
alright,
Man
you hear me?
down.
I'm
Ah,
on
shit.
the way.
Don't die, all of you guys. Don't die, all of you. I'm gonna kill the last one of them.
Plan on them. Keep open. I got you, man. Just hang tight. I'm heading your way.
He keeps spawning there.
Thank you.
There he is. We got him, guys. We got him. First try. Was this noise the disc the Predator uses? Yep. Yeah, remember, if he doesn't have eyes on you with the laser, then he's gonna throw a disc to your location. And you just have to move out of it. So, before we do anything, we're gonna take a look at him. Oops, not at this. Have a better look at him. He got down head. Right. There we go. Predator done. Well, actually kind of done. I did this so long ago with the randoms. I don't think I remember the disc. Okay, to be honest, I didn't remember the disc either until he threw it. Also, then congrats. Oh, DC. Yep. All right, so let's do this.
Clear.
Guys. Run!
Run to the chopper. And there we go.
What the hell just happened?
I don't know, but we made it. I think. We gonna tell Bowman?
Did she believe us?
Would you?
Fuck no.
The jungle moved, but we took it down. And of course, everything disappeared. But yeah, that was the Predator. And for that, we got... we got what? The Predator countdown, right arm tattoo, and the Predator tattoo, right arm tattoo. And the biomask, I thought so, but I guess that is one thing that they left for me. So I would have to find it. I think it was this one. Predator biomask. Because there are two. There is the one that you get from this, and then there is the one that you get, this one. And this one you get from the pack. Should have spawned the chopper before running for the proper action sequence. Right. Seems a lot easier than I remember. Does it still have the thermal vision? I mean, it should. Wait, let me go back to the other one. You're supposed to get Predator biomask. Yep, it still does. It's a thermal, but not really thermal. It's a Predator thermal. As the biomask was from winning the encounter. I did not remember him exploding, being so long. No, I do remember the explosion. I do remember the explosion because I did die from it a couple of times. So, yep. Oh, not that. Let's get the thingy back. The schmack. Oh no, that changed everything. There we go. And actually, back. I died from it the first time I did it. I most probably did as well. But I also remember dying later on as well. Because, like, the way the circle was on the minimap, you actually have to be a little further out, even more so than where the circle ends, because otherwise you will die again. I have a desk next to me. Oh yeah, and this is the other thing that they changed. So now we have operator skins, costumes, and iconic skins, instead of the two that we had. The icons and I don't even know what it was called. So we have Scott Mitchell, we have John Kozak, Griffin, Spade. And these are the new ones that are from those 2 packs. And actually, Ghost Lead, yeah, actually it does say it here. Complete last rites accessible from the main menu to unlock this item. So this one you unlock by completing the new missions, which we are going to do. Oh, and this one as well. Mala Viuda, Ines Cortez. And then we have the costumes, which is us in different costumes. And then we have the iconic skins, which are all the guys from the game, the bosses, Butrons, Heads, Bowman, and the Rainbow Six guys. Malaviuda Bad Widow. Okay, okay. Oh shit. Characters. It was called character skins or characters. Was it? I don't know. Okay, I believe you. I don't remember. I hope this isn't what the ghosts look like in Project Over. What, like this? I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't mind, but I guess it depends. Automatically get them all. Come on, there we go. You get, if you finish the missions, you get only these 2, Ghost Lead and Ines Cortez or Malaviuda. The other ones, Bastion, Vector, Sovereign, Spectre, and all the other ones, you get from the packs. It even says, unlock this item in store, get the Cold Eye Pack DLC, or upgrade to the Definitive Edition. So one of them is... Okay, so from here, Atlas, Cypher, Regent, Veil, and that's it. These are for the Cold Eye DLC, the Cold Eye pack. And then here, Spectre, Sovereign, Vector, and Bastion are from the Nightfall Protocol pack. My opinion on Black Camo and Skull Masks is already very low. I don't want Project Over to be edgy Call of Duty Ghosts level of design. Okay. Only the Ghost Lead from finishing the new content, the rest is for sale. The Ghost Lead and Malaviuda. It says the same thing for both of them. Actually, from what I've seen, I cannot say, but we will see in a bit. I think Malaviuda is our new Bowman. I used to cosplay in this game. I like Vector and Sovereign, but Ghost Lead, I don't know, I semi-like Ghost Lead. It's fine. I will still stick to this Ghost Lead. sale, that concept, I am not understanding. Oh, that's under the chat. Didn't read it. There's one that acquire a pack. You know, when you use your currency to buy another currency to spend into the store inside the game you bought inside another store. Right. There's no discount on them, by the way. So I don't remember who said that, but there's no discount. The discount right now is on the definitive edition. Oh. And before I forget, I keep forgetting. Guys, if you don't have already, go to the store, to the Ubisoft store, and get what's it called? Ghost Recon Future Soldier. That is free for a limited time. So be sure that you grab it if you're interested, of course. Legendary credits. Don't forget. OMG is $25 on the store for me. If you buy it, Nini, yes. If you upgrade it, it's 50 euros. Well, $50. Because Ubisoft did not put the discount on the upgrade. They put it only on the new purchase. Because Ubisoft. Again, black camo, skull mask. It's more airsoft than on special forces. It's fine, but it's not my cup of tea. Yeah. Yes, each to their own. And I thought that was a lot. Just get the definitive edition, brand new. Yeah, exactly. Brand new is 25. The upgrade is 50, as you can see. And it's in whatever currency you have. If you're in Europe, it's euros. If you're in the US, then it's dollars. Yep, I got the Future Soldier the day of. Yeah. Why would Ubisoft do that? I wonder. Oh yeah, and here are the packs as well. 12 euros, 12 euros. 12 euros for each pack. Ghost Recon, the original, is $1. Ghost Recon, the original, you should have gotten for free when we had the 5 years Wildlands. What exactly is the definitive edition? Blinks harder. All content, all DLCs. Exactly as Leo said. Shrug. So, basically, Wildlands had 3 different editions up until now. It had the standard edition, which was the base game. It had the deluxe edition, and it had the ultimate edition. Now, I don't remember what was in the deluxe edition. In the ultimate edition, you had the 2 year passes, and you had certain packs as well. Well, actually, the packs were in the year passes, so I guess. Now, what they did is they took out the deluxe edition and they left with the ultimate edition. They renamed it to definitive edition and they added these 2 new packs. Is what they basically did. And they're giving away for free certain things. Like the things that were so far, actually, let me put it that way. The things that were so far in the game. So, for example, in the weapons, I never had the Santa Blanca Scorpion. The reason why I never had this was because this was a weapon that you would get if you were in the technical test of Wildlands. And, well, unfortunately, I wasn't. So I never got this. But now, you automatically get this. I also got Ghost Recon 1 for free on a previous event. I just need Ghost Recon 2 and Advanced Warfighter 1 and 2. I would get Hawks, but apparently that game is buns. So what we have already, yes, basically, yeah. What we have already plus the current packs, those two. That's basically what you're getting. Ghost Recon 2, that is not on PC, Lou. Just so you know. That's console only. I don't know, I don't remember which console, but it's console only. On PC, it's Ghost Recon with its 2 expansion packs. Ghost Recon Advanced Warfighter 1, 2, Ghost Recon Future Soldier. It used to be the online only Ghost Recon Online, later renamed Ghost Recon Phantoms. And the 2 that we know, Ghost Recon Wildlands and Breakpoint. These are the only ones on PC. It is if you know where to look. I mean, yeah, sure, that way you can. But theoretically, normally, it's not on PC. To be clear, the new packs are a mix of old weapons, some old cosmetics, and new skin characters. Yes, let me actually show you. I can show you that too, since I did not get the definitive edition. Actually, not that. Here. No, not here. Where is it? Here. So these are all the iconic characters or whatever icons, whatever, these guys that we were looking at. So rain, okay. And then here we go. The M4A1 Explorer is old stuff. We already had it in the game. As you can see, I have it owned. MSR Eagle Shot, same thing. This, I think, is actually one of the weapons that you used for some time, Nini. Mark 17 Nerd. Golden Vector. SR-25 Machinery. The Z93 AMR. The ACAR. The M60E4. The fast helmet with panoramic NVGs. The Nightfall Protocol, whatchamacallit, watch, as you can see on my left hand. The fast helmet with special NVGs. The For Sure Black Forger glasses. As you can see on the left side, if you're paying attention, everything that is owned, that is whatever was already in the game previous to the update. And everything that is not owned, it's the new additions. The Echelon gloves. The High Cot helmet with the special NVGs. The High Cot helmet again with the monocular NVGs. The Cold Eye watch again on my left hand. A different kind of watch. The Nightfall Protocol glasses. the Nightfall Protocol patch, the Cold Eye patch, and there are 3 things here which we do not know what they are. The Owl, I think, is the Owl patch. And this Cold Eye and Nightfall Protocol have absolutely no clue because they don't have a freaking preview of it. But you know what? The Owl, let's actually check. Accessories, patches, animals. 511Bs, blah, blah, blah. It's in alphabetical order. P. Oh. OP. Oh, okay, so it's not a patch. Then what the fuck was that owl? I don't know what that is then. I don't know. It's a surprise, right? And supposedly they added some new camo as well. Let's actually check those out because I forgot about that. Like this one, the blood. This one is actually not too bad. Could use this for the survival one. Oh, by the way, I'm sorry. Lou, yeah, go ahead. Sure, go ahead and post the link. They're going to bring phantoms back, and now they are not. Old stuff, yes. That's your gun, exactly. By old, I mean things that were already in the game before to unlock using credits from the dailies and the crates. Yep. So what you're saying is it's highway robbery. Yes, it is. Buy our stuff that we won't let you see. Right. Most robberies are. This is true name. Thank you, Lou. Thank you. Oh, that's right. The Ghost Recon Insider. I forgot about that too. If you guys are interested in... Wait, let me think. How did they put it? If you are interested in... Yeah, I don't know how they put it. If you want to do stuff for the next Ghost Recon, then go ahead and register on that link that Lou posted. The new Ghost Recon Insider program to get access to future technical tests. Yes, that. Exactly what Lou says. Project Over is coming soon because tests are soon. Yeah, they were supposed to have the... What was that? Alpha tests, I think? They were supposed to have the alpha tests... I don't know, sometime around this time. But they messed something up. So... Yeah. I don't even feel like going into that part because it's just... Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that owl is. Because supposedly I already have it. Wait a second. Oh yeah, and you can also get... You should also be able to get parachutes that are not available anymore. Like this one, the Ghost Recon Skull one. And the Year 2 one, and so on. Multiple. The Division 1. The Division 2. Owl, there we go. This is it. It's a parachute, the owl. So, yep, that's it. The Cold Eye and the Nightfall protocol that we see there are the parachutes. Well, that we don't see there. It's 2 parachutes. If you want to be an unpaid intern to test our new game, basically, Leo, basically. Parachutes are pointless in my experience. That's because you're supposed to use them, Nini. You're supposed to open them. What the heck? Okay, but yeah, so there's the mystery solved. It's the freaking parachutes. Those are the freaking parachutes. All right. We did the jungle moved. We did kill the predator though. So now we are going... Actually, I should... You know what? Since y'all are here, let me do the other 2 announcements. That, well, one of them you most probably saw already, or maybe you didn't pay attention to it. I have that Stream Elements posting every now and then about the merch. That is right, we have the merch back. We finally have merch again. I know it took me a long time. I'm sorry. But I'm lazy. So, if you are interested, make sure to check it out on Fourth Wall. Hey there, Ebony. Welcome in. There it goes. That is the link to it. Now, the merch is only those for now. Because, well, clothing I didn't want to add just yet. I want to see about the clothing first. The quality and all that. However, all the other stuff is... the reason for the other stuff is because those are the stuff that can be shipped everywhere that Fourth Wall ships. So there are no restrictions on those as to where they ship. All right, let me catch up and then I will do the other announcement because I have one more. Okay, parachutes are pointless. I don't know if you know, but I've been lurking. Oh, thank you very much for the lurking, Ebony. I appreciate it. In my point of view, it helps me decide if I want to buy the game. Only reason I bought Breakpoint was because my friends wanted me to. I played through technical tests and betas, and I was like, nope, I ain't getting it. Yeah, I wasn't blown away from when I did the technical test or the beta either of Breakpoint. Oh, a badge? Here for laziness. I did not like Breakpoint. There are specific things that I do not like about Breakpoint. Not considering the fact that it should be a successor of Wildlands. I'm not even gonna consider that anymore. With the updates that they did over the time to Breakpoint, it got better. But there are still some things that I'm not a fan of at all. But that is me. It's not new player friendly and it's not solo friendly. I mean, yeah, I guess. I don't know. Didn't have too much problem solo either. It's almost past and it wasn't bad. I spent a lot of time Friday in the eye of the storm. Parts were almost overnight. Thursday and Friday overnight. I check out the southern part of the island later today. Okay. Still have to finish Breakpoint. Costs towards Leo. What the heck? I like Breakpoint now that it's had plenty of updates, but at launch it was easily the worst video game I ever played. And it was so bad I consider quitting video games forever. What the heck? Played it at launch for like 35 minutes. No, you played more than that, Nini. You played it at past launch as well. Alright, let's get started with Last Rites, which is the new expansion. As I said, I still haven't finished it now. I don't play again after that 35 minutes until later with you guys. Ah, that's what you mean. Okay, okay. I see. I was like, really? This is AAA? This is what's considered the best of the best? No thanks, I'm out. And then soar off video games for a week to detox. Wait, where is it? Needless to say, I came back the next week. You should get that cough checked, Nini. I have to finish it. What the heck? Oh, wait. I said 2 announcements. So the first one was the merch. The second one is the fact that I finally finished and am ready to give out the first-person swapper for Wildlands. With all the auto-updating thing and everything. And let me get the link to that too. I have it somewhere over here. I swear I do.
This is Operation Kingslayer. Listen up. Our field of operation is Bolivia. Dense jungles, freezing mountains, and salt flats. If you don't watch your back...
All right, there we go. That's it. So, I would be very grateful for those of you that are willing to help me out testing out the GRW FPS swapper. Now you have 3 ways you can get it. You can get an installer, a portable version, or a zipped version, which is also sort of like a portable version. The installer is gonna install the app on your computer. It's really not much. It's gonna put the stuff in a folder wherever you tell it to. The portable version, you download it, you put it wherever you want. And the zip version, the same way, you download it, you unzip it, and you put it wherever you want. The portable version is an exe file. I do recommend you put it inside a separate folder specifically for that, because it is going to create, on the first run, it's going to create a file and a folder, or a couple of folders, I think only one folder, right next to that file.
This is Operation Kingslayer.
My goodness, shut up. Happening this. Yes, that is an app that I did. For this game, there is a first-person mod that you can install. But installing that first-person mod means that you have to manually switch some files within the game folder. And since I am switching them a lot whenever I want to play, I was sick of doing it all manually. So I've created this app which is gonna swap the files automatically with a press of a button once you did a little bit of initial setup. And you can swap it back. So yeah, GRW FPS Swapper version 001 is out, and for you guys to check out. All right, so I did tell you about the merch. I did tell you about the FPS Swapper. Those were the big announcements, my personal announcements that don't have to do anything with Ubisoft. And I also, I almost had a third announcement as well, but unfortunately I didn't manage to finish. So that is going to have to wait for now. All right. Hey there, Pixel. Welcome in, welcome in. Lurk, thank you very much for that lurk, Nini. I appreciate it. Slides under the desk and falls asleep. Just go to sleep properly, Nini. Sleep under the desk, what the heck? But sweet dreams, Nini. Sweet dreams. Thank you very much for coming in. All right. Last rites. The new missions. Track an elusive new foe and her army of cultists deep in the heart of Bolivia. Let's see. What the? Okay, there we go. Doing all right, Pixel. What about you? I'll try to stay quiet to be able to see the cutscene and everything whenever it loads up. Oh, okay. First, we have to recreate our character. Wait, is it? Or was it? No, it was Murphy. Goatee. Aggie. Yeah, that's fine. The eye scar. And our usual Ghost Warrior and Ghost Call. Now, clothing. Cry combat shirt. The tactical plate carrier. That is the right precision combat pants. The where is it at the end? Commando boots. No ghillie. Where is it? Cross comm glasses. Oh, it's the skull mask. Wait, no, not the skull mask. What am I saying? Wait, what? Where is it? Where's my balaclava? There we go. Skull balaclava, not mask. Same stuff, different day. I think I have not seen you for a year or so. Maybe. I don't know. Ghost Recon unit estimated 2001 cap. Oh shit. Okay, so this is a new thing. This is for the 25 years of Ghost Recon. That's nice. I do know that they added some new stuff in here as well, specifically for the 25-year anniversary. Wait. Oh shit, that's right, it took it off. There we go. All right. We want the echelon gloves. We want the ANPRC. And no batches. All right. I'm not gonna do the rest of the other outfits. Save character, of course, on extreme. We could customize this as well. Should we though? I kind of want to. The enemy endurance modifies how resistant enemies are to damage dealt by your weapon and weapons and equipment. You know what? No, we're gonna stick to the default extreme. Yes, I've noticed some dude doing a VR 6DOF mod for Wildlands. Curious about this one. VR 6DOF mod? What do you mean? Six degrees of freedom. Okay. Olivia, 2023,
Nomad,
4 years
welcome.
after Operation
Have a
Fallen
seat.
Lord.
I'm good, thanks.
So I've heard. That's why you're here?
Again.
Yes, of course. I'll skip the kindergarten brief then. You know the terrain.
So, what do I call you?
Emily Price. I work out of the embassy here. I'm a development coordinator with US Aid. Just a hobby, mind you.
Course. So what are we talking about, development coordinator Emily?
Your target goes by the name of La Llorona. It's a moniker taken from a folktale about a woman who drowns her own children.
Charming. And she's a target, why?
That's all I have for you at this time.
My team is not a death squad. Tell me why the company gives a shit about this psycho.
Let me be clear. This op is the blackest of blacks. Strictly off the books. Everything I know, you know. La Llorona needs to die, and you need to do it. Unidad have been tracking her, but it's next to nothing. And it's all I have for you now.
Unidad's back in business.
Yes. Corrupt as ever.
We're on it.
Welcome back to Bolivia.
Okay.
Olivia's still got that smell. She didn't give
Operation
you anything but
Lazarus.
the name.
Nothing. Just La Llorona.
Huh. That's Mexican folklore. The weeping woman. Cartel's idea of a joke, I guess. And Unidad?
Back in business, apparently. And our first stop.
Man, this place just keeps on giving, don't it?
Okay, wait. For this, I'm gonna put back the... what's it called? Whatever it's called is not here. Video? No. Graphics? Subtitles. Where the heck is the subtitles? Gameplay? Audio? That's what I thought. Am I just blind? There we go, under language, because reasons. Okay. Let's set it to white only. Alright, let's see. This lasso for Wildlands is a spit in the face because it shows that they had the entire time the developers around. This UB Corpo. But like, man, no. Well, yeah, of course. That's nothing new. Okay. We are going to do our trusty Mark 18 though. If we find it, should be at the bottom. There we go. Set it up properly. Ring launcher, the AdPil, that's fine. Suppressor, there we go. Secondary, we are going to do the BFG 50A. Now for this one, I don't remember which one I used. I think I used the T5XI. All right, and for the handgun, the 570 USG. Oh, I should probably equip them as well, not just set them up. Okay, we do have all the drones. Interesting. Wait, why don't we have the future soldier in here? What the heck? Wow, okay. And we do have everything unlocked here as well. Okay, wait a second. Okay, so we have everything unlocked. I guess it takes not the rebel support, but everything else, the skills wise, we have everything unlocked. I guess this takes from the normal campaign. It looks like the skills part. At least I did less rights on the day of the update and it wouldn't let me customize my character. In fact, if I tried, it would bug out. Give me a default outfit with broken materials. What the heck? Ah, it's okay. You at least could get in. I don't know if you saw on my Discord, Happy couldn't even get in the game. Well, no, actually, I'm sorry. It did get in after 15 minutes. Heat map. Okay, they're showing the heat map. I think. I'm pretty sure they're showing the heat map from the regular campaign. Anyway, a reminder about Jubilan. Recently, YouTube has told me that I should watch some Romanian dude doing explanation of too much Balkan for you. One of those videos. Okay. Living ironically in Europe is the name of the guy. Yeah, I think I know him. All right, wait up. Let's see. Let's take. Ooh. Okay, maybe we should not. take the boat. Because there are lots of... Right, because this is the place where we do that mission with the boat. Where I died in ghost mode. Exactly this route. So maybe we shouldn't go with the boat. Let's instead take a land vehicle and drive there. Anyway, what is this? Reach the Unidad outpost, Operation Lazarus. A new threat has emerged in Bolivia. Track down La... Oh, wait, how did they say it? Irona? Something like that. An elusive local agitator whose identity remains unknown. Unidad must have gathered information about her whereabouts. Okay. There are Lazarus files here as well, a bunch of them. So I guess it's probably not province specific. Oh, and of course, right. It's just like the other DLCs. It's only a few provinces. And even that, not all of it. Part of Okoro. Caimanes. Caimanes seems to be all of it. Actually, I'm not sure. I think... Well, no, I think it's fine. And there is... what's this? Villaverde. And Espiritu Santo. Okay. Wait, what? So no still golden carrot? I died at tier 2 from a freaking bug, Pixel. From a freaking bug. We were doing exactly this mission here, where you have to steal a boat and go down here all the way and park it here somewhere. No, here, actually. And unfortunately, the game didn't want me to keep going. I was in the front gunner seat. Nini was driving. And somewhere around here-ish, she went into one of these piers or whatever the heck they're called. And so the boat went up the front and then back down into the water. And meanwhile, I got shot down, I got killed. And normally, you shouldn't die instantly. You go down, you stay like on the gunner seat, and somebody can revive you. But because the both front end was in the water, it detected me as being in the water and it insta-killed me. So that is how I died on tier 2 in ghost mode and never got to tier 1. Took me sideways. Can you still get up and continue with it? Respect. Well, yeah. Came up with the survival game mode. We're playing that a lot. We were doing the challenges, but now they got rid of the challenges. So we won't be doing that. All we have left to do is this. And yeah, and helping others. All right, but let's see about this. We do have a car here.
Let's go.
Let's see, do we still have... That's a messed up radio. See, that's another thing that they should have added. The ability to put the radio by default off whenever you get into a vehicle. What exactly is this light coming from? I didn't know that the plants from Bolivia emit light. Like a floodlight light. The heck? That's the one with the sub.
What do you make of this Emily Price?
Standard issue spook. No doubt there's more to this than she's telling us.
You don't trust her?
No less than any other Langley asshole. Like I said, standard issue.
That happens if the flowers have too much coke. Right, Bolivian and Colombian specialty. Right. Yeah, there are tangos there. I can see them. This is a good thing that we didn't come with the boat. Alright, here we are. Ah, that's right, good.
Deploying drone.
We got Unidad here. Okay.
Got another tango. I got a third target.
We got the file inside.
Here's target number 5. Enemy marked.
Get that too since we're here. Okay. And this time we don't have rebels to call in for spotting. Oh, it automatically brings you here. Okay. All right, let's get started.
Approaching Unidad outpost now.
qué no se reportó ayer? ¿Qué ocurrió?
Good, he's moving. He's coming down. Hey, Duke. It's the new missions. So, yeah, you have to have a new character for the new missions. It's like an entirely different game. How are you doing, Duke? Yeah, let's see. If I get these two, I think maybe the closest one is gonna see. Let's maybe do it from the outside. We have better eyes on them. And actually, first thing first, let's get that one guy that is solo on the other side. Fine. So maybe I will install it again. Okay. Yeah, it's like an entirely new DLC, the same way like with Narco Roads and Fallen Ghost. Chill, dude. He did not see anything. Alright, now let's go for the other four. Maybe we shouldn't even... No, we should, because they're right there. Well, actually, they are at the door outside. Let's attempt to get the files without... Yeah, we should be fine. Public support. Unidad report on the civilians' responses to local agitator known as La Llorona. We got a name. A lunatic calling herself La Llorona claimed the unexplained dead bodies that have been piling around. Civilians suspected of providing supplies to the agitators. Arrests have been made and unmade. The mines can't stop running. Higher ups say. The men refuse to venture in the jungle. Were asked to put the bitch down without the means to do it. Okay. Thank you, dude. Thank you. I appreciate it. Find intel in the Unidad outpost. Oh, so there's more. Alright, well, in that case, yeah, let's get rid of these. Even though maybe we shouldn't have to. Because I have a feeling that it's gonna be in here.
We're good.
Right, we are all good.
We're clear.
Actually, you know what else I should add? Let me change that. I'm gonna change that too. Where is it? Is it here? Oh, this is the SAM launcher thing, which actually also goes to persistent. Everything else I'm gonna just leave as is. But this is not what I was looking for. Extend the difficulty. No. Ghost parameters. There we go. I want tactical reload. 2 weapons, whatever. I don't care. And revive settings. Okay, that's fine. Default as well. Alright. We have tactical reloads. Alright, let's look around in here as well. But yeah, there's nothing. That was the only thing that we had here, it looks like. So yeah, it should be here, most probably upstairs. Yep, there we go.
Nothing on La Llorona, but there's mention of an intelligence office. Black site, off the books. We'll head there next.
Duke, thank you very much for that Prime. Thank you, I appreciate it. Just saw I got the Prime sub lying around. Thank you. I appreciate you spending it on me. Of all the creators. GRW survival might be fun with one primary only. I know, right? And with friendly fire. I guess it doesn't really matter. Because these both are the same.
Buckle up, people.
I'm not sure how I feel about this radio. Because we basically don't have radio. And I wonder if it's gonna change as we progress. We can do one life now on Survival 2. You mean the insta-death? Wait, actually, where do we have to go? Let me just check and be sure. I should actually first get these unknown locations since we're here. Let me do that first. I'm not sure how the unit patrols work here. I would think the same way. So I just want to make sure I'm fine. I used to run the same sniper and the lady killer and the saw machine gun as my loadout. Oh, okay. Yeah, I do the Mark 18 with the BFG and the 5.7. Everything modded. Where's the other one? Yeah, no waiting forever to be rescued. I would still do it with going down instead of insta-death. All right, and that one. And the reason for that is that it still forces you to communicate more. Because otherwise it's just you go down, die, insta-death. And then just respawn. And start doing your thing again. I do wonder, I have a feeling that you... Well, actually, I don't know. I do wonder where you respawn. If you respawn on... Oh shit, give me that. Both from front and behind. If you respawn on your teammate, or if you respawn at the spawn point around where you died. My man, I'm falling asleep. So take care and see you next time. Bye all. Alright, Pixel. Thank you for coming in. Sweet dreams. Have a good one there.
Drone is airborne.
Happy, welcome in. I'm finally here. I could not find my woolen G-string. What the heck? How are you doing? Happy.
Heads up. Got an Unidad patrol approaching.
Okay, this we won't be able to get. Not from here. And not from this low. This one we still can, okay. And this one as well. The machine gun only used when you mess up. Right. Okay, we're gonna have to go back for that eventually. Not now though. Okay, through Puerto Chico, the Unidad base. This one I kind of semi-saw on stream on Thursday when they were showing these on the reveal day. I'm gonna stop reading your post. I did not need that mental image. Thank you very much. He did it already early today. Didn't you see on my Discord? Or is that the post that you were talking about? Oh, the Discord. Okay. Wasn't sure if you meant that or you meant this right now. You're very welcome. Enjoy. What the heck, Happy? Alright, let's go through, well, almost through this Unidad base. Okay, these things still seem to be the same. You still don't get spotted unless you are driving stupidly. Or, well, at least I presume. Why is this here? Unidad. Okay. Well, here we won't be able to use our drone because of the jammer.
The drone's fucked up, jamming us.
There we go. There's the jammer. The alarm is inactive, it seems like. You have the automatic door there. But I don't seem to see any tangos. So let's move in for now. I do not like that Unidad truck, whatever, Jeep. They're all empty. So how was the game, Happy, since you played it? No spoilers, but how did you like it?
Location confirmed. Move in.
Awfully quiet, even for a black site.
Like another file.
I almost forgot how goddamn beautiful Bolivia is.
It is.
I'm hoping to get some chill time here before our next deployment.
I'll settle for one plate of fritanga de cerdo at Doña Maria's.
If you point us to it, I'll buy.
You are on, mi compa.
We're gonna turn off the jammer as well. It's interesting. It's a nice DLC they added after all these years. Okay. So interesting in a good way. Well, this one used to be a Unidad soldier. Oh, and these two. I guess that's why we didn't see any enemies. Well, I mean, Unidad is after her. So... Unidad report on strange officers' deaths. Bodies of missing officers found during a Marco Cortez murder investigation. Several were assigned to his security detail prior to their disappearance. The bodies were found hanging from trees, forming a 5-pointed star. 2 disfigured for a mere settling of scores. This feels personal. Patrols extended the search to more remote areas. Yeah, in a good way, although I fell through the map. I wasn't annoyed at it. Okay, well, that's usual. Wildland stuff. Funny enough, I was just here while playing campaign. Still in Caymanes too. Oh, like the normal campaign? Let's get to that too. 900, yeah, that should be fine. Ah, shit.
Can't see squat. My drone's being jammed.
Okay, first let's get the jammer, I guess.
Fuck! What could do this to Unidad? It's a massacre.
Focus up. Got a job to do.
Okay, there we go. Oh my goodness, they still didn't fix this scanning issue. Now, that is stuck. Like that. That is stuck on scanning. Ubisoft. Okay, anyway. Let's keep moving. Here's another document.
Unit, identify please. What is your call sign? 12! Unit 12! This is Agente Rodriguez! I need to speak to the captain! The captain is currently taking his Sultana. State your report. Everyone's dead! ¡Qué imbécil! I will be too in 1 minute! Who is dead, Agente? My unit! Unit 12! All dead! Those fanatics and that mujer rara! You'll get off your ass in a minute! They're coming! Coming where, Agente Rodriguez? Agente Rodriguez?
He dead. A recording of a Unidad agent calling for reinforcements. I'm back. Welcome back. I was dying in Tarkov. You missed the flan, DC. You missed the flan. I really didn't miss much. We did the first part of the mission where we just had to come to this makeshift hospital. Now we killed some Unidad there. Now we came down here. We already found some already killed Unidad. And now we are looking for intel about La Llorona. La Llorona? Something like that. I don't know. About this chick.
Got something here.
No, I was doing the...
Data
Yeah.
incoming. Emily, what have we got?
A whole bunch of nothing in a photo. I'm really not sure what to make of it. Okay, wait. These files repeatedly mention an Unidad intelligence officer named Victor Vargas, sending you the location of his villa. Worth paying him a visit.
Unidad incoming. Let's get out of here.
Unidad incoming. What is this? Only known photograph of La Llorona. Attached documents state the officer who took the picture disappeared shortly after it was taken. Okay. They have sacks on their heads. Yep. There's the Unidad. There's another one. We won't mark him.
I got a third. He makes 5.
There are a few of them. Exit the area. Can we actually exit here? Well, without blowing up. Yes, we can. Right there. And then we can go around and back there. Somewhere here. Where was it? Wait, no. It was here. That's right. All right.
We're cool.
All right. We got him. I have to remember that I put the reload on tactical reloads. Where is the... Here. I kind of feel like I should get rid of this glow as well. It's fine. There's still somebody alive, I think. I think I heard talking. Whatever. And this time we're gonna take their Jeep, the Unidad one.
We're good.
Mission
Let's see what
complete.
this Vargas has for us.
Actually, let's wait here for the briefing. Deadly obsession. Reach Vargas Villa. Oh, perfect. We're gonna get that location as well. Yeah, it's better if we take the Jeep or whatever. And I'm back. We're on the missions now. Yep, we are. We just finished our first mission. Now we are going to Vargas Villa. So far, so good.
Let's go.
Go on, I'll be right with you.
What did you do in the meantime after Predator? Nothing really, we were just talking. Oh, I did announce the surprise announcements. The merch and the FPS mod swapper that I finished. I'm not sure if you were here when I said about the heck are you doing? Sheesh. When I said about Ghost Recon Future Soldier that it's free. So make sure you grab it if you're interested. It is a good game. That's cool. That's the mod you told me about. Well, it's not a mod per se. There is a mod, an FPS mod, where you are gonna play the game in first person. But what you have to do is to switch some files in the game folder. And what I did is I made an app where once you where the app itself is gonna switch the files for you. You just have to download and drop the mod into a specific folder, and you tell the app where the game is. And then it's just gonna, there's a switch that you can press, and it's gonna swap the files by itself. Wait, is there there is no thingy here. Document. There's no document anywhere that we saw, so okay. Good. Yeah, we were in Agua Verde when you showed me that. Cool that you got it out now. Oh yeah. That one, yep. As for the free games, I did claim it. I also bought Breakpoint yesterday. I saw that you wrote me. That is right, it is 95% discount. You're discounted. And actually, which I absolutely forgot to tell you guys, is that this weekend both Wildlands and Breakpoint are free to play. It's a free to play weekend for Wildlands and Breakpoint.
We're gonna look around here for some intel.
This is, what's her name? La Gringas. Where we come to get La Gringa in the normal campaign. Probably shouldn't be just waltzing in just like this. So I'm actually gonna...
This Vargas has.
Hard work and dedication in service to the community must be very lucrative.
Okay, wait. I do have to get... a bit of this. Okay, there we go. I had a bug in this game mode where I had a call with Bowman about La Santera in Last Rides. Ooh. New look. What the heck? I see movement in there. Is that a civilian? It is not a civilian. Okay, time to recon.
The drone is up.
Shit.
The signal's all
Jammer.
bad. They're jamming the drone.
Jammer here. Wait, let me think. There shouldn't be any jammer here. Why is there a jammer here?
can't see squat. My drone's being jammed.
Yeah, I know. Shut up. Where is the jammer coming from here? Okay, well, we are not jumped anymore, but we still can't see shit.
The drone's fucked up. They're jamming us.
Okay, so that's not gonna work. Oh, wait, I think there was a moment there. Aha! Haha! I see again. Ooh, the heck? Why is there a dead helo there? And where?
Tango sighted.
What the fuck are they wearing?
Is this some kind of cult?
And where is that jammer? Is it one of the guys, just like in Fallen Ghosts? I swear. The mobile jammers. Okay, I guess we're gonna have to do some old school recon. There is another one, but he's too far for me to spot him.
Signal's all bad. They're jamming the drone.
So, old school recon we do. We go up on the hill. And we bino it. I'm not gonna be going in there blind. Is this the call of Latia? What the heck? Latia. Yeah, I guess, sorta, kinda. Alright, let's see. There's another one. There's another one, and the... Oh, that's a dead one, never mind. So we're shipping El Tio and Latia now. Right. Okay. Eliminate the cultists. 8.
That makes
Oh,
5.
there's another one. I do not recall any alarm being here in the normal campaign. That is too hidden. Okay, there should be most probably a guy somewhere around there under that balcony. So that's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That should be the 6th. And then 2 more somewhere. We're just gonna have to keep moving around. It's almost like it's been 4 years since Nomad's been here last. Okay, but it's bunch of stuff didn't change. There's the jammer. I see it. I saw it moving. The movement. Okay, there's another one. So that's 6. 7 with the one that we cannot see from here. I'm gonna want to go for the jammer, definitely. So we can do some proper recon. Is it named in-game that it's 4 years? Maybe I didn't pay attention. I didn't hear the 4 part, but yeah, at the beginning it said they were talking about Nomad and the team being brought back in Bolivia after some time. I believe it was in the briefing. Yeah. I wasn't paying attention to the number, but yeah. All right, so yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 with the one that I know there. Plus one more somewhere else. Can we get somewhere around here, maybe? Ah, shit. Come on. So now parachuting in and guns blazing. No, that's not me. We gonna do the slow and tactical until we have to. Unless we have to go guns blazing, you're not gonna see that from me. I am methodical with my approaches, usually. I may try that sometime.
Jenny's over here.
Oh, and a generator. Okay. I'm usually stealth as well, but this hillside is the perfect opportunity. I mean, it is definitely the perfect opportunity to jump in, but not the guns blazing part. That one I'll leave to you. The only problem what I don't like about jumping in is that we gonna be stuck in there. So if shit hits the fan, there's nowhere to fall back. No way and nowhere to fall back. If it hits the fan is done exactly. Does he know? Does who know what?
You get a rifle. Everyone gets a rifle. There, inside the hacienda.
Okay, that is the guy that I wasn't seeing, but I knew he was there. And then there should be one more. Because that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep, one more. What is that voice line? Okay, I wasn't expecting to hear that. Wait, to hear what? It's probably better. It would be probably better if I would approach from the other side. It's basically the same thing without jumping in. Ooh, there it is. There we go, that's 8. You get the rifle, and you get the rifle. Ubisoft wrote new cringe. I was waiting for everyone gets a rifle. Alright, so what's gonna happen is that we're gonna go to the other entrance and enter from there, kill the 2 guys that are right there, and go for the jammer and get rid of it. Well, disable it. Not loudly, quietly. Okay, we will see about these two guys though. Maybe we could also disable the power, but that's not that big of a deal right now if we manage to disable the jammer. Even Ubisoft has limits. All right. That is one, and he did go down one shot. So upgrades are not necessary, it looks like. Well, duh, because we are not in tier mode. Actually, I didn't even look. Do we have... Oh, let me... Come here. Do we have tier... We don't have tier mode here. Social and then straight to the loadout. Alright. Okay, now this is gonna be problematic. As in, we cannot take them one by one. Well, we kinda can, but it would take forever. That's a cool statue of a crashed heli. Statue, right. The statue is probably there underneath the crashed heli. Oh look, one of the choppers you dropped like 4 years ago. Yo, what the heck, Leo? I did not do that. Wow, just wow, Leo. If I kill this guy, the other guy is gonna see. So I'm gonna have to kill him. And he's gonna be seen by the other guy, which I'm gonna get to kill. Have to kill. And then the other two, which I will have to kill. And then there's gonna be the last one. So, fuck it. Okay, these other two did not notice. I wasn't sure if they would, but now they did. A little bit of suppression. There we go. We're good.
Clear over here.
Oh, what are they running? The MPX. They have like half a Unidad outfits. The other ones disappeared. The other bodies disappeared. G36C. Okay. Sink shots? Yeah, I could have done that, but I try not to. Oh wait, let me take the... Oh, it's inside. Do a ricochet shot? You only need one bullet for all of them. What the heck, Happy? The magic dart from that one blue guy. Always the bodies disappearing. Right, half Unidad outfits. Budget cuts maybe. Right. More like they are taking from the dead bodies. Why do you not customize your comrades? Because I like the original group. Let's take out the generator as well. Okay, this is interesting. I don't think I can think of any place where the generator is just out like this and not inside a cage or whatever the heck. that's called. Still can go downstairs, okay. This placement was so goofy. Yeah, pretty much. Oh.
Jesus Christ.
Guess that's Vargas. And his wife.
He's wearing a body cam. Check that laptop.
His wife, oh. Okay, before that, let's check this. Deep in the jungle. Unidad report on the hunt for local agitator known as La Llorona. Bodies are found every day now, and still no sign of La Llorona. Reinforcements requested and declined from La Paz. Say they have their own troubles to deal with. Multiple sightings of her followers, masked, unkempt, fully armed. Most signs point to the jungle. Trees block lines of sight. The few men who come back swear they hear voices following them. But now I know who I'm looking for. Sooner or later, the crazy bitch will make a mistake, and I'll be ready. Timu was out of generator cages. Could not get them back in time in stock again. What the heck? It's always the same stock cage. Yeah. Alright, let's see. Oh. But that used to be somebody as well. It's kind of weird. I would think that this would be his head. Not just a random head. But whatever. Alright, let's see. Oh.
This La Llorona sounds like a real head case.
Not here to psychoanalyze, just to kill.
Trauma can really twist a person's knobs.
Starting a homicidal cult is one way to deal with it.
But for me, the first touch of morning sun is the end of history. It's a distinct euphoria to be so clear of purpose. In the dark, I sweat the blood of strangled angels. I hate what clings to my tongue and reach into my mouth and you pull out the truth, but the truth is always a lie. Don't you see that your lies rot your tongue, Vargas?
Crazy bitch.
Lies reveal the truth.
You betrayed the truth the day you joined the CIA, puta. Thanks to God your children were murdered. They never got to see this thing that you are now.
Here's your rotting tongue again, Vargas.
You, Inez Cortez, can drink my piss.
Pure light must strike a tongue of a throat.
Well, okay then. Oh, are you serious? Now we can watch it big.
The target is CIA?
I don't...
Price.
Vargas. He must have stashed intel. Search the villa. Find it.
We need to talk about this development.
Later. Just find Vargas's stash. Call me when you have something.
Let me guess, it's most probably downstairs. In the downstairs. Wait, which one? No. These are the files. here. We could have watched this. Okay, we're not gonna rewatch it. But he said Ines Cortez. He said Ines Cortez. Ines Cortez. Hey, come on. How? How? I have them. I swear. Ubisoft. Wait, no, not here. What am I doing? Here. Operator skins. Ines Cortez. Mala Viuda. She is it. She is it. That's her. Okay, let's go downstairs.
Data server. This must be it.
And I found a radio on one of these masked assholes.
Nice. Might be an open channel to the words of the goddess herself.
Yes, I did.
Hostiles incoming. We need to ensure this data upload completes.
Oh, shit. Whoa, 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 whoa. That was from the outside. I'll probably go upstairs.
20%.
Got some hostile activity. Right of the cage.
Data transfer ongoing. These guys keep coming. Request fallback position.
On it. Wait one.
Make it a goddamn short one.
Hey, what's that laptop there?
Data at 50%.
Who is that? That one of ours? No. Shit, 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 shit.
Taking fire from inside the hacienda.
Could you guys fire as well?
Copy.
Upload complete.
It's blazing.
I'm on site. Get out of there and come meet me. We need to regroup.
Yeah, we do.
I heard that. I did actually think about it as well, that maybe it's Bowman initially.
Man down. Just hold on to your shit.
How the heck did you all guys go down? Are you serious?
Point drone.
God damn. Thanks, man.
Almost done with the new mission, but it keeps crashing on PS5. Oh, Logan, welcome in, Logan. Crashing on PS5. Is it crashing for you too, Happy? You got it on PS5. Would be too cliche, I guess. Another speech to loop randomly. Yeah, it's happened twice now. No, not crashing for me on PS5, just on PC. Okay. See shit. Well, hopefully that is gonna be fixed. All the crashing and everything. Hopefully for that they're gonna have a what do you call it? A hot fix. Is that behind or inside? It's inside. Is he alone? Looks like he is. That was the last one. Ooh. 805 Bren A2. Exit the area. Alright. Will do. Why is it so blurry? I mean, I know why, but just why? I had all these lag spikes on PC. My screen just started turning red every lag spike. Red? The heck? Okay, so basically what you guys are saying, Ubisoft still messed up. It would have been nice if besides all this content, they would have fixed some of the things.
I'll drive.
Go ahead, I'll catch up.
I could not get it running on PC first. Once I got it running, I could play a couple of seconds, then the game stopped for a minute.
You wanna check this spot out for intel?
Getting something on that radio.
I see you, little fantasmas.
How the hell does she know we have her comms?
The puta madre has sent her children. How original. I too was once like a child, one who strayed too far. In turn, they bound me to a rock and let the crows peck at my face. They pecked at the bellies of my own children. But, my little fantasmas, soon your bodies will feel the fire. Your tongues will roast on my spit.
Okay.
Okay, indeed. The game was stopped for a minute. You could play a couple of seconds more, so not playable for me on PC. Is it so blurry because your character finally got the thing? Or the altitude? Right. You're giving Yubi too much credit if you expect them to do that. I know. One can hope though. One can hope. It would have been nice. I could have been able to play it on PC because I have it on Steam and Ubi. You have it both on Steam and Ubisoft Connect. Heartfelt message from this lady. I know, right? Heartfelt, quite literally heart felt. I don't know if it's because of the new DLC map, but when I looked at my gear, I'm locked out of some cosmetics I know for a fact I unlocked before now. I can't access. I don't know, dude. It's just weird whatever the fuck Ubisoft did. Like, as I said, even with my Mark 18, and I actually opened up, I didn't see until the stream that you would have to buy the sites again, even if for free, but you have to buy it again from the in-game store. So I did open a ticket about my Mark 18 missing the sites that I already opened. Oh shit, they are patrolling around with a freaking APC now? Are you serious? Per man? I just saw that on the minimap. Going up there, the APC. The yellow APC. Here's new update. You need to rebuy the packs. Should be free. Yeah, but the thing is, which is dumb, it's like, it's not everything. You don't have to rebuy everything. It's just specific things. Like, I did have the Mark 18, I just didn't have any fucking size for it. Check the store and make sure that you have claimed any free packs you have available. The scopes were not available for me until I did that. Yeah, exactly. I got everything that was free off the store already, but the one Rainbow Six gloves you get from the Rainbow Six mission is locked behind a Rainbow Six pack. That's not free. Oh yeah, well that's kind of dumb as well. That's probably locked because this is like a different game, so to say. So you don't have the mission done here. Actually, speaking of which, that's probably why it shows for me. Wait, let me see. That's probably why it shows for me this collection not being available as well. Oh, don't. Blah, 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 blah. Come on. Yep. Chimera's gloves. That's it. It's a new save file. Yeah. Yeah, but it's still dumb. Okay, I didn't even check. Where are we going? Where were we in the first place? We were here. Here. Yeah, well, there, whatever. So we came, okay. Cult leader. Deadly obsession reached a rally point. The files found that the black site mentioned an officer seemingly obsessed with finding La Llorona. Victor Vargas. Track him down, find out what he knows. Well, we kind of already tracked him down. And he doesn't know anything anymore. He doesn't even know how to be alive anymore. But hey, we're not blurry at least anymore.
Let's get inside.
Alright, safe house. So I gather that we are not even gonna have a rebel support at all in this, in Last Rites. Very dumb indeed. It's really stupid, so I have to access... I should have access to everything if I load my main campaign file. Well, yeah, but the thing is that, as Kevo said, it's a new save file. But it's just partially a new save file. Because even though it is a new save file, you still have access for all the things that you collected in the main campaign, but not the stuff that you get from the missions, like the Caveira's gloves. So, yeah, Ubisoft, just Ubisofting, I guess. Should be. Haven't got around to checking that yet. Rebels betrayed you when taking down Sueño, so... yeah, I guess. They could have removed this then. exactly? It makes no sense. I'm gonna have to check that because I'll be pissed if I'm fully locked out. Well, in your normal campaign, you should be fine. You should still have your stuff. Might not have established relations with the rebels yet. Many an explanation for locking the amazing features. I love the spotting feature. I use that quite a lot as well. That's why I'm kind of bummed out about this. But hey, let's see what's happening.
All right, Price. Tell me everything you know about this Inez Cortez. And please, spare me the goddamn company bullshit.
She was one of mine.
An asset? You ran that nut bar?
At one time. She was married to Marco Cortez. Jefe de Plaza for the cartel. Smart. Wanted to do the right thing by her people. Great intel for a while.
So what the fuck happened?
She was blown, and then executed by her own husband, along with her twin girls. Made her watch is what I heard.
No file photos. You didn't verify.
The shitbags at Langley told me she was confirmed dead. I didn't want to see what they'd done to her. I swear to you, I didn't know she survived. I did not know she was this.
Huh. You guys, you must have entire research teams dedicated to finding novel ways to fuck shit up.
Yes, we do. And shitty as it is, your job now is to unfuck this one. Another thing. Unidad are pulling out. This is her territory now.
Sweet.
Those fanatics are her vapor trail. Get to them and they will lead you to her.
On it.
Okay. Well, good to know. My unit are pulling out. Will they, though? Alright. Cult leader. Deadly obsession mission completed. Next.
Tracking her fanatics is our only link to the whereabouts of Inez Cortez.
And your enemies closer. Vow of silence. Locate the high-level cultist. So basically a Buchon. And locate the cultist without being visually detected. Okay. This is... or these are... actually, I think... the labs. Yeah, I think these are the labs. Well, let's go and see. Ines La Llorona knows we're coming for her. None of her cultists would dream of betraying her. Fanatics, however, have a nasty habit of talking to themselves when they believe they're alone. One of your drones could prove useful here. Okay.
The bad news is Inez knows we're coming for her. The good news is the fanatics she sent to stop you will lead you right to her. Find what intel you can.
Impossible. The whole mission starts being called back to Bolivia, so it takes place after the main campaign. Well, it actually... they are talking about another operation, not Kingslayer. And I think that might be the Fallen Ghost one. I don't remember what the operation is called there. And I don't remember what the operation they're talking about here at the beginning. I mean, it is in. After 4 years of not being there, you probably won't have kept those ties with the rebels, and you haven't rebuilt them. Besides the betrayal, besides the betrayed with Sueño, one thing that was bugging me out is that the province borders don't match up with the normal province borders. Yeah. But that's basically the same in the other DLCs as well. Well, I never liked them anyway and hardly used the rebels' assets anyway. Just hate we can't order choppers in this map because driving somehow feels worse after the update. Yeah, I did use those too. And we don't even have helos. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it,
Clear out. I'll meet you there.
I don't think that I saw any helos in Last Rides, so far at least. I love the spotting feature. Though with like these province borders are the same shape and very close to normal, but slightly moved. Maybe it was a bug, but like one province border went right through the city of Villaverde. Where is it? Wait, no, not down here. Should be up here. Wait, nah, duh. Okay, so. There we go. This one, yeah. Yeah, so they're approximately the same. Driving so much more wonky. Yeah, you can't access any helos in this map at all. Where are we going? This way. Well, that sucks. Oh, that's another...
Cada noche alimento las cerraduras con mis pensamientos. Los gritos de mis hijos hacen girar los cerrojos.
That was another patrol.
Las puertas del cielo y del infierno se abrirán para recibir sus rostros destrozados.
What is this? This is specifically here because of the
We got a tango with multiple civilians around.
don't get detected part. I don't think that's the reason why. I think this is just another bug. Find the lack of heals. Never drove before on that specific road as far as I remember. Yo, 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 what the fuck, dude?
Siempre ha estado escrito. Antes de que brillaran las
Go.
estrellas en la oscura noche, el resultado estaba grabado en las puertas del paraíso.
And another patrol. There are quite a few patrols of theirs. I think the roadblock spawned in the same way for me. No. Still doesn't look proper. It's not the proper roadblock, it's half a roadblock-ish. Okay, yeah, no, this is not the This is not the lab. I know what this is. This is the place with network station. Yeah.
No, hermanos míos.
What the heck is she talking about? No, hermanos míos. Alright. Time to recon. Oh, of course, there's another jammer here as well. But I see it. It's right there. There we go. Alright. Oh, is that an entrance? Or is it just not rendering the... is it just not rendering the fence? Lots of new jammers. I'm not sure if I want to kill him. I mean, I do, but I don't know if there's anybody inside that might hear. I don't really want to risk it. Is there a way to move? Yeah. Okay. Hello? Would you please mark the dude? The fuck? Ah, jeez. Are you serious?
Need to stay out of sight.
If you want to catch anything coherent these psychos might have to say, best use the drone.
Yeah, right. If I could. I think there was another guy here. Did I see that right? Oh no, there isn't. Okay, I see. So it just didn't... Oh, we have heavies as well. It just didn't render the fence. There are all these places you should be able to get in. Alright. This is how I usually get in the normal campaign as well. But I'm not sure if I can. Wonder what he'll think of the new features over here. The heck? There, we're gonna make sure. Oh. There we go.
And that, my friends, is a rifleman. There, next to the campfire.
Why can't I move? Are you serious?
Might be one of her lieutenants here. Worth listening in.
Ow. This is what you were talking about. Okay. That is quite interesting. Oh, you can deactivate them. Okay. You should be able to reactivate them as well and use them against their own. Okay, question is, can we get out of here now? There was a climb. Oh, that was for here. Alright, let's see. Yeah, the traps are new. Yeah. Little ankle biters. Right. Is there anybody in there? No. So they still have cages. Okay.
He makes
there he
5.
is.
Pray our time is coming. Soon we will free all of Bolivia. My life to protect you. The exalted Llorona in your golden shrine. She prepares to set our example. She prepares for the end. Light of our sacred path, Llorona. Your prophecy is about to be fulfilled.
She has a shrine? These people worship her.
Any intel of a shrine in the region?
Still looking.
Your enemies closer. Mission complete. Haven't seen them be stupid enough to trigger their own traps. Yeah, I wouldn't think so. Alright, so we are done here. Is there anything? I don't see any... what's it called? Any document here, so... Let me see about these, if they are close enough. There. And that. There. Alright. Vow of Silence. Locate the high-level cultist. La Llorona has a whole congregation of fanatics ready to die and, more relevantly, kill for her. They must know where she is. Find them. Squeeze them. Just noticed you're still running 2 primaries. Yeah, even though I'm using only one. Whatever.
The bad news is Inez knows we're coming for her. The good news is the fanatics she sent to stop you will lead you right to her. Find what intel you can.
Yeah, I know, Logan. I know. I did change... what did I change? I changed the tactical reload to tactical reload. I didn't change the other things though. I changed the tactical to tactical reload, and I changed the SAM sights to be persistent. Those are the only 2 changes that I made from what I remember.
Go ahead without me.
Really wants you to do it now. What the heck? Okay, so this is one of the labs. Yeah, I think here's gonna be fine. And let me guess, there's gonna be another jammer in here as well. What the heck is that? What? Okay. Wait, is that the icon for the freaking bear trap?
The drone is up.
No, but it's another kind of trap. Okay. Okay. Now see this? Yes. Sure. This is good that they added these kind of new stuff. Wasn't Breakpoint supposed to get new stuff too? I looked and didn't see anything. Yeah, from what Lou said, that should be next month.
Great, there's my guy.
They still have the mortars. You can tag traps now. Oh no, he found them. What do you mean? Oh no, he found them. I should have found the other ones as well. I wasn't paying attention. I should have paid attention before it would get me. There are lots of traps around.
Marking a hostile. He's close to some locals.
I almost found one the hard way. I found the bear trap the hard way. Yeah. But I found out the hard way and a couple of times. What the heck happened? The first time you were like, what the heck happened? And then the second time, wait, something's wrong.
Where you got him?
I just got out of my first, got instantly hit by one next to it. You do? What the heck? That's how I found the bear traps. Alright, let's start moving in. Even though I have to do a little more recon, I want to do some recon in the inside as well.
Cultist gunman in sight.
Tell me where.
Exactly, that's the reason why. I do wonder, though, what happens when you trigger this trap, or this kind of trap. Look, a bunch of rebels, Unidad, and Santa Blanca, all hanging out together. Dead. Like, does it just alert them? I mean, it is explosive, but does it kill you? Having a party. Santa Blanca still here though? Right. I'm old and slow and my brain doesn't work as fast as it used to. Sometimes, before I notice something happens to me. I had a small panic when I got caught in a bear trap, because I still had my milsim settings on and didn't see what was the button to get out of it. Oh. Okay. Alright. Let's do the recon inside. Or, well, as much recon as
I got a group of
I
targets.
can do.
I don't see him.
Eyes on a Jenny.
The Jenny, yes. There's another one. That's on this side. So they are specifically walking around the traps. At least from what I've seen so far. Okay, this actually I like. It makes it more interesting, more challenging, having to avoid those traps as well. You're next. No, I'm not. I know what you're talking about. All right. At the end of the campaign, there was remnants of sentiments that were from smaller cartels. Oh, the regular campaign, yeah. In one of the endings, you can see the grenade attached to the tripwire. Not hard to guess what should happen. Well, yeah, but I mean, do you actually die, or do you just go down, or you don't even go down? You just get hurt, and then of course the explosion triggers everybody in the base because they hear it. So you know that kind of stuff. Yeah, true. They've been going for a long time though. Then I was so paranoid throughout the missions about those traps. Scared to even walk. What the heck? How great! Ubisoft introduced a new bug. One of my saved presets used the panoramic NVG. I swap out of that preset and then later swap to it. It swaps my panoramic NVG for a different NVG, which means I have to go in and edit it every single time. Okay, that's weird. It didn't swap mine. I'm gonna try again and hopefully I don't crash again. Alright, Logan. You go down. Ah, okay. Something you should test out. No, thank you, Kevo. No, thank you. You go down, but not die unless you set it up that way in your settings. Right. Alright. Let's get this over with. You can go. You are here. You can go as well. Then you. Now let's walk in. Pay attention to any traps that I didn't. Is this a trap? No, it's not. Any traps that I didn't manage to mark. BRB, gonna go make dinner. All right, Lou. Oh shit. Well, that's why you don't read chat. Interrogate. Well, that sucks. Alright, we're gonna try and get the fuck out of here. That was the heavy. Of course, that was the heavy. The heavies are still rushers. Oh shit. Here's another one. But I looked all over there. Why did it not spot it? Or did it I'm just blind? Or it did I'm just blind? We should definitely get rid of that mortar. So we got heavy, this guy, and the target. That's pretty much it.
That thing's gonna explode.
I'm so fucking dumb. Even though I stopped, it was still too close. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Just go there, guys. Flashbang time. No worries, it happens to all new players to the game. If you play it enough, you will get better at the game, Sir Bulan. Okay, thank you. Happy. Maybe time for an explosive drone, Bulan, to take down the mortar. Nah, we're good. That's all we needed to do. That's all we needed to do. And now we're just gonna have to flash this guy. Hopefully.
Throwing a flashbang.
If it works. Which doesn't seem...
Lobbing a flashbang.
Or it did work. He's just not...
Kamine.
What the...
Okay, we're still alright.
Alright.
La Llorona. Where is she?
She's in my heart. In the hearts of
What
all
the-
those who have seen her highest grace.
Start talking, or I'll rip it out and check.
I give it to you freely. Hold in your hand a heart that has been touched by her light.
I believe you actually mean that.
I do. The heart that is filled with La Llorona is already in heaven. It no longer belongs to me. It belongs to a world that none who have not felt her light can even imagine.
This is pointless.
Her words are like divine revelation to these guys. They'll die before compromising her.
Come about.
What? Where? I must be fucking blind. I specifically looked. What the heck? Hey there, Benji. I reinstalled. You're playing for long for me to jump in. Today is solo time. Today we're playing the new...
Better not roll this thing.
The new mission. Pack, DLC, expansion, whatever the heck. Spec savers is an option. Search the Penitentes base for intel. Okay. We're gonna switch back to the Unidac car. Actually, no. Actually, yes. We're gonna switch back to the Unidac car. What? It's out? Yes, it is. It was out this Thursday. It was the release of the new content.
Go on, I'll meet you.
That's what we are playing right now. The new missions. Time for you to develop some paranoia. I guess so. I guess so. You thought it was Monday? Nope. And the other guy A-posing. Right, what do we have? Surge the space for intel. Right. Okay. Okay. An ex-Unidad base. With Unidad corpse still laying around. Is the Predator mission back? Yes, it is. The Predator mission, some extra options for us to change.
Sniper, top of the tower.
And the new
That one's sporting 2 guns, close to the camp entrance.
mission back. And make sure that you go grab Ghost Recon Future Soldier for free if you're interested.
Sniper up in the tower.
Is it possible to get its armor from the mission? You do get the Predator bio mask from doing it. That and 2 right arm tattoos.
Damn, these guys got mortars.
Another bug. Those guys always T-pose. I did see before some of them T-posing, but as soon as I got closer, it was all driving. As soon as I got closer, they got back to proper animations. Where is Future Soldier free? Yeah, on Ubisoft Connect. From what I know, it's only there free. Like, it's not on Steam, it won't be free. From what I know. Now I'm just checking for traps as well. Because I swear a couple of traps that I activated, I guess. They were... I don't recall seeing them. There's another one. Okay, so the bear traps you still cannot mark. The bear traps you still have to pay attention to. It's only on Ubisoft Connect. Okay, yeah. Future Soldier is only discounted on Steam. Oh, it's only discounted on Steam. Okay. Would still prefer buying it on Steam, to be honest. The bear traps you can mark as far as I know. No, it won't mark. It's right here. Oh, you have to get that close to mark it? Are you serious? What the heck? I kinda wonder what happens, but I'm not gonna test it now. But I kind of wonder what happens if you fly the drone through one of those traps, if it activates or not. just need to zoom in for. I think it's the zoom, not the closeness per se. I see. Okay, I think maybe I looked enough. Probably not, but still. Ooh, can we get you? We can. We should be able to. The heck?
Okay, we're cool.
Get the other one as well. Hopefully not the same way, but it was the same way. Dang it.
Relax, we're still good.
Right. Relax. We are still cool. You're still fine. Professional violence player. Where? Okay, question is, or I should say, another question is, can you deactivate these traps as well? I'm gonna have to check after this guy. Yes, where? Exactly, that's what I'm asking, where? Shit. Okay, it doesn't seem to be coming out, at least not yet. And that's good, because he would see the body. And there would be this guy as well, which is up here. Ah, sheesh. Okay, I guess we're gonna go to the other side. Here. So these you cannot deactivate. Wow. Okay, I guess. All right. All right, I have to pay even more attention. Or I can deactivate, but I wasn't close enough? I'm confused. I still have to learn this trap thing. Paranoia upgrade when? What the heck? Alright, off to bed with me. Alright, Ebony. Thank you very much for lurking around, for being here. I appreciate it. And you have a good night's sleep there. Sweet dreams. Probably should have not killed him there. But oh well. Alright, that should be all the marked ones. What trap thing? There are traps now in the game. What the fuck is Lotus? She left us. Alright. No, there's another one. So that's kind of I don't like how they did the
C4 primed.
bear traps. Like the distance, you have to get quite close to be able to disarm it. Yeah, does the drone V-trap after the mission? Yeah, I think so.
Okay, let's get out of here.
What? The heck?
Price, found something. Please tell me this is what you needed to find Cortez.
Checking. Yes, I've got something. Sending you a waypoint. Meet me there.
You're coming in. What did you find? This area is...
See you soon.
Shit.
What? The fuck? With extreme prejudice. Mission complete. The price of freedom. Meet Emily.
Based on your recent intel, I have determined Inez Cortez's current location. Meet me at the coordinates and let's end this.
I actually do like that. You're gonna get close to disarm it, but disarming it comes with the risk of setting it off. Yeah, I guess. But still weird. I don't know, it just felt weird. Maybe not, maybe it's not getting close, but like I had to angle it weirdly with this one. So I don't know. Okay, so like with this, let's see. Here it's fine, but I felt like with the other one, I had to be even like closer to get the deactivate thing. Bit in trouble now. There's more than just bear traps. Yeah, okay, now I see them. Now that I already got caught in a couple of them. Okay, but what about these? I don't seem to be able to deactivate these. Ah, shit. Again, I'm looking at the chat. I'm walking into your traps. Dang it. A bit of a letdown how she found this that fast without context, in my opinion. Oh my goodness, the fuck? Okay, so I can deactivate this one. So why not this one? Because it's fucking weirdly angled, is why. See, this is what I'm talking about. Look at that. At some point there, I could it with my back. Are you serious? With my fucking back. And this is from the inside. Like, this is what I'm talking about.
When we approach the mine. No telling what Cortez has waiting for us.
No blinking.
Exactly. Don't let me catch you blinking.
Jump over them, problem solved. If you could only jump in this game. But there's no jumping in this game. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like this. the angling. The angling is what messes me up. Okay, anyway, we're done here. Moving to the next one, meet Emily. Is this gonna be another, like, turntables?
Let's go.
Over the wall.
Go on without me.
Over the wall, sure, but he said jump over them. I know what Happy is trying to do. What Happy is like. When he said jump over them, he literally meant jump over them, not over the wall. Shit. I'm what? Have to stop reading chat. Or well, it's that crossbow line, as in cross over the wall. Spare wanted to test the drone. I forgot. It's okay. We're gonna have plenty to test. Look at this. What a freaking APC. But rolling. Part of the crossing the wall is jump animation. I am the ultimate pedant. You cannot use pedantics me. Cannot out pedantics me. Oh, here we go, blaming the chat for the bad driving skills now. Right. Drove on a cliff. Practice racing and reading chat. You can do it, just like I told you. What the heck? Again, another APC. This is crazy with all the APCs. Is this... This is Via Verde. Where the heck are you bringing me? Oh, this road, okay. Mobile phones, am I right? Right, I always tell you guys, don't text and drive, or in this case, don't read and drive. I do not trust Emily either. So...
Drone is airborne.
They are just civilians, these. Or are they? She's not in here. There's a couple of Unidad Jeeps again here, which I don't like. Again. That's another Civ. Where the heck is she? Is she one of the Civs? Oh wait, no. This is her. Right, this is her. I'm just blind. Why is she talking?
Clear out. I'll meet you there.
Not even talking, just I don't know, something, miming or whatever.
Price, why are you here?
I know where Inez is. Those cult guys mentioned her highest grace, Alto Gracia. There's an old gold mine a few clicks to the north. The intel you found at their stronghold confirmed it.
Right. We'll take point and terminate. You hang on my 6.
No. I'm changing the ROE to exfiltrate. Killing her will make her a martyr to her worshippers. She knows this. I wouldn't be surprised if she's planning on doing it to herself.
So what? This is a rescue mission now?
Officially, the order is still KOS, but you can see why that makes no sense.
What I see is someone too close to the shit to think straight. You can't save her, Emily.
Stow it. I have command. It's my call to make.
Copy. Let's just get up there.
We shall see. Hey, can you believe this? We've been with this car since the beginning.
Go ahead without me.
I still don't understand why is there nobody sitting in the shotgun seat.
Tell me I'm not strolling into some fucked up soap opera, Price.
Killing Inez is no longer operationally valid. That would just inspire her cultists. None of this has anything to do with my involvement in Inez's past.
Of course not.
What the heck is up with all these operatives? You need the shotgun back. Right. You need a pack to be able to sit in the shotgun seat. Or not even you, to let others sit in the shotgun seat. Because they are knowing your driving style and don't want to get bumped out of the car. Wow. What the heck? Okay. Okay. Okay, this changed as well. Yeah. Okay. We go this way. All the CIA handlers can be boiled down to, but my friend, right. Dude, these guys just love singing. First Santa Blanca, and now these guys.
That makes 5. That brings us to 10.
Alright, I probably should have checked. Do we have jammer here as well? Oh, we don't. For the last mission, we don't have a jammer. Kind of weird. Oh. The heck?
high
That's 20.
into the heaven, you will know that I have ascended. Put my fire in your heart.
Reach the Alta Gracia mine.
Let it burn forever.
There's the power, Jenny.
See how the foreign parasites ravage our land. They can never slake their bloodthirst. They will not stop.
I was just about to say, so far I didn't see any traps.
To these invaders,
Somehow.
lives are only meat to feed their insatiable hunger. The blood
But then there it
of
is.
your children will drip down their chin. Let my example serve to feed your hunger for victory over them. Seek the fire. It will light your way. For when you see the flames reach high into the heaven, you will know that I have ascended. Put my fire in your heart, my forsaken children. Let it burn forever. See how the foreign parasites ravage our land. They can never slake their
I can let you burn forever.
They will not stop. They have come for your families as well.
Que conducen al asombro.
Are only meat. The blood of your children will drip down their chins. Let my example serve to
Did those heavies just go to sleep?
seek the fire.
What? Let's get him, since he's far enough from all the other ones. I'm tempted to get him, but I'm not gonna. If one of those three is gonna come out, see his body. I do want to clear out though. I do want to clear out the place before moving into the mine, so that in case we still have to deal with them, we have to deal with less of them.
Okay, we're cool.
Tomorrow's dust. What? What about tomorrow's dust? It was one of the packs, wasn't it? There they are.
That was close.
We didn't get all these. Oh, there was one in Villa Verde and one here. Oh my goodness. I missed them. I guess once we're done with the mission, we're gonna have to go for them. How many more do we have though? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 19 more Lazarus files. And we have 1, 2, 3 that we can see where they are. The document hunt is what I'm here for. I have no clue where to find them all. Okay. Well, if it's the same like in the normal campaign, they should just be in like regular places like this. But they won't show up as long as it's an unknown location. You have to actually discover the location for it to show up. If it's the way that it is in the normal campaign. Hey there, Enquire. Welcome in. Welcome. I wish that was the case. Okay. Well, if it's not the case, then yes. Just yes. How are you doing, Enquire? Are you alone? You are alone. I'll wait until you start seeing me. There's another one that I didn't have marked. Why did it show up as if I was replying to someone? I don't know, but it did show. It does show up for me as well. Like you reply to too happy. It seems like. All right, we don't want. Actually, I don't know. They weren't using the mortars at the other place, so I'm not sure if they're using the mortars or not. However, I don't want to risk it.
Demo's primed.
So we're gonna have a fallback in case somebody gets on the mortar. I'm doing alright. How are you? I'm doing alright as well. We are just playing the new missions for Wildlands that they introduced this Thursday. Okay, sorry about that. Oh, there's another one. Okay, please explain that.
Fuck took you so long.
As I was deactivating it. Are you serious?
I got a target here, by the camp entrance.
By the camp entrance? Where the heck did you guys come from? The fuck? Ah, yes. Yeah, I got off playing it. That's how I found out about it. Oh. More bugs. Right. Did those candles blow up, or did you throw a grenade? Candles. It was a trap that I supposedly was deactivating, but instead of deactivating, it blew up. Because reasons. Look, there's another one. Is there one on this other side? No. Okay, good. That heavy doesn't look too heavy.
They're on alert.
The fucking bucket. Okay, fall back. It's a tripwire explosive. Yep.
We're clear over here.
We have
God,
traps
these fuckers
now.
are sloppy.
Tripwires and bear traps. I'll just let them be for a while. Run around, look around, try and find me. Probably shouldn't be up here, but whatever.
Deploying drone.
Excuse me, is that human flesh? I don't know. Maybe? I didn't see that. It blew up. Put it on a blue tile. First day on the job. Right. I've had one blow up because I went to go deactivate it, but the bounding box for the wall it was next to was bigger than the wall, which meant I collided with it and slid into the tripwire. Ubisoft never changes. Something the same happened here. I literally was deactivating it and it blew up on me. Okay, they are chill. Okay. You calm down there.
Okay, we're cool.
There's one heavy in here. Oh, looking this way. There are these two guys. Why are they different, I wonder? What is the difference between these two? Wait, let's see. That one is a veteran and this one is a regular soldier, okay?
Relax, we're still good.
Right, the heavy, okay. Never mind, I guess. Dude, stop. I'm gonna just walk into another bear trap.
Looks good. Come on. Enemy activity nearby.
Don't engage. Chill. What is wrong with you? You think you're like that you're a walker or something? He's the other guy that does this. Enemies engaging. Definitely not a field officer. You're right. Okay, let's see. Wow. Seriously? It's just, you're just gonna spin like that. No, don't. Whatever the fuck your name is. Emily, that's what your name is. Stay there. I cannot deactivate this. Are you serious? Why? Just why? Okay, anyway, that should be far enough so I can blow it up without them even suspecting. Which is good idea, poor execution. That is inside the mine, I think.
Your hunger for victory over them. Seek the fire. It will
1, 2, 3 of them.
For when you see the flames reach high into the heaven, you will know that I have ascended. Put my fire in your heart, my forsaken children. Let it burn forever.
1, 2, 3. I can get these.
We're good, we're good.
Shit. Yep.
Shit, I found him.
I thought so. Dang it. Now he's gonna bring here all of them. Yep. Alright, well, at least this place is safe for now.
Children, let it burn forever. Ravage our
There are 2 heavies. We could take the heavies from here. Well, not anymore. But yeah, we could take the heavies from here and another heavy. And that would ease our... There. That's 4 down. All
Good.
3 heavies
Y'all
plus a
want
regular... actually, I'm not sure if it was a regular or a...
I'll take that one.
You'll take that what? I didn't hear what. You don't even have a freaking gun. You take that one with what? You gonna throw dirt in his eyes or what? The fuck? I'm gonna take that one, she says. She has a gun, she just has it holstered. Holstered. Nah, you know what? I'm not even gonna say anything. Okay, I might be able to get them from further back here. Yep, there we go. Damn it. I suck today. That's right.
They can never slake their bloodthirst. They will not stop.
Okay.
They have come for your families.
Clear.
To these invaders, your wives are only meat.
What?
To feed their insatiable
Did he's freaking...
The blood of
What?
your children will drip down
Did he already disappear?
Let my
I know, it was him.
to feed your I'll take that one for victory over them.
You'll take that what?
The fire. It will
Change this girl.
your way. For when you see the
Grenade,
flames
watch out!
reach high
Grenade?
into the heaven, you will know
We're
that
clear over
I have
here.
ascended. Put my fire in your heart, my forsaken children. Let it
Time to
burn
eat with the
forever.
family. Enjoy the rest of the stream, y'all. Alright, Leo. Thank you very much for the lurk and enjoy both your time with your family and the foods.
They have come for your
I hope you are having something good to eat.
invaders, your wives are open fire!
I'm just, yeah.
Will drip down their chin.
Thanks.
Let my example
Well,
serve to feed your hunger for victory
the
over
Jenny is
them.
down.
Seek the fire. It will light your way. For when you see the flames reach high
No, I didn't. I actually didn't. And I'm still not looking.
We're close. Keep it tight. Inez's sanctum is bound to be well protected.
Where is it? Outside? I guess it's outside. There it is. Thanks, my friend. You're welcome, Leo. Voice lines are working amazing today. So is your paranoia. Right. Oh shit. Come on. I'm not looking at the...
Hang in there, I'm coming to you.
Fucking hell.
Let's see if we can find more. Okay, where was that? How did that blow up? I was literally looking and there was no tripwire here. Look, it's 3 a.m., okay? I'm sticking to that excuse. However, what I wanted to do, and I forgot, and I just remembered. Wait, where is it? There.
The drone is up.
Exactly, drone test.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh. Oh. Okay. I'm gonna be honest, I did not expect that at all. I did not expect that at all. I thought it would just go through it. Okay. Interesting. Well, I guess it's a good way to clear a trip mine with your drone. Sneaky way to kill someone. Yeah, I guess that too. Right. Alright, but lead Emily. She is here. Okay. Picture evidence balance. Excerpt from a younger Ines Cortez diary. I remember Marco's smile when he took my hands on the day he held our daughters for the first time. All he did was for us, he said. Those smiles were real, as solid as my emotions and the walls of the church he had built for the people. But as the smiles tightened, so did the uneasiness. Did I miss acting so much? I started to do it daily? Or was it creeping doubts about the man I married? He's a good husband, but is he a good man? I feel distant, drifting away as my eyes take to the blinding light. Open wider. He smiles still, and I wonder how much right it takes to balance out the wrong. Finally finished this mission without crashing. Check my main campaign file, and thankfully all the stuff I was missing is back. Yeah, they're in the main campaign, it should be fine. You just don't have access to it here in this DLC or whatever. I'm just looking around first. Be sure not to miss things. Is the background image not Media Luna of the document? Or what? No. What background image do you mean? On the left of the woman. The left of where it says Lazarus Files. Whoops. Ah, this. Yeah, I think so. Even though it's kind of weird. But I think so. It might be where Media Luna... Which one is that? Bravo? Is... I just don't recall this curb here. But then I didn't really go on that road that much, so... Since it's all cosmetics, it's really stupid. They block off so many items. Yeah, well, yeah. You can't be reading stories like that when I got headphones on. Wildland guesser. Why can't I? Inquire. You were here putting me to sleep? What do you mean putting you to sleep? The heck? I'm blowing myself up here and all, and you saying I'm putting you to sleep. The heck? Bedtime stories. Actually, that's a thing for whatever reason. I've got that before. And people coming to my stream to fall asleep. To a Wildland stream where they're shooting and exploding and all. Just when you're reading. Well, yeah, in this case, in your case, yeah. But others were not. Just when I was reading. Hello?
I will take the lead. And remember, if you see Inez, weapons tight, no fire.
I can't promise anything. If she gonna fire, I'm gonna fire. I've done that before. Sleep schedule for does suck now though. Heck. Alright, let's see.
La brecha que nos separa se reduce cuando admiro sus rostros cincelados en la luna. Que la luz de nuestro encuentro transcienda esta prisión de carne y hueso.
Throw that torch over here and get on your knees now.
You abdicated your authority over me, Emily. I have a new mission now.
Step away.
But you're not suggesting that we burn her. She's one of ours.
Rodrigo will expose her to the cartel. He'll take her place.
If throwing her to the wolves is what you mean, I want to hear you say it.
Burn her.
You sold out your own agent. What the fuck?
She was rogue. Operational necessity.
I watched my children executed for your operational necessity. But your necessities will never stop my penitentes once they have been set in motion. Now you too will burn. We will all rise in cleansing fire and light my people's way forever.
Hold Hold your fire! Exfil is en route.
The mission was to terminate. We're disobeying direct orders
The
now.
mission is precisely what I say it is. Now that is a direct order. Now move!
Who's the rogue one now, Emily?
Complete the mission, soldier!
Who, Emily? I would shoot her.
Shit.
Your vibes don't give off violence vibes.
Get her
What?
up. Let's move.
This area in the cutscene looks amazing. Vibes of kind Ding Shi. We're so chill with everything. Way chiller than that woman. Oh my goodness, fine.
You cannot stop what I have set in motion.
Can you... hello? Couldn't see shit. We made her drop the torch. I think we de-escalated the situation pretty well. Should have shot. Oh, come on. What the fuck are you guys doing? Didn't even try to get me up. The fuck? Should I have shot her in the head? No, man, I got that. I know a good surgeon that can fix that. What the heck? But damn, man, did they kill their own holy saint cult?
Engage him.
The fuck was he doing here? I swear.
Get ready. Fire.
Copy that.
Yeesh.
Drone is up.
Ah, yes, teammates. Are they shooting? There we go.
Oh, he's dead.
Why did he get in to get back out? Why are the AI teammates so useless here? Literally did all the fighting out of
Damn,
cave.
that guy's dead.
Try not to headshot blood. Our reinforcements, wonderful. And I think I saw somebody else there. Dick shots are also one shots. I mean,
Man down.
DC didn't say which head. Headshots mean if we miss, they can head bob, which can bug out and give them iframes. Ask me how I know. What the heck, bro? What, DC? You didn't. You didn't specify which head. You just said headshots. Hey, these other ones are just the guys already from there, because they respawned.
We got a fucking man down.
Okay, well, I guess meanwhile we could go out. Can we? We can release her. Okay.
We're settling down. Must think we backed off. That's one less bad guy.
extract Ines Cortez?
Man down. Just hold on to your shit.
I can't fucking...
Man down.
I'll bite out your eyes!
Got one. You'll be fine.
Oh my goodness, are you fucking serious?
Impotent puppet!
Oh, fucking traps. I thought she stabbed you. That would be a turn of events. Okay, you guys are up. Good. I was about to send in the drone.
Man down. Just hold.
Never mind, I didn't say anything.
I'll
Man
drive.
down. Just hold on to your shit.
All
Man down.
three of you? What? Oh shit. Where are we going? We're going that way, okay. What? There are traps in this game? I know it's a game and all, but why did it only get you?
That won't help you now.
You holding her? Oh, the trap, right. Because reasons. Because of the same reasons why the proximity mines don't blow up for allies or civilians or yourself, just for enemies. Because it can. Only space for one, right. There's only space for one lag in the bear trap. This trap ain't big enough for the two of us. You fell right into my trap cord. What the heck? Repeating the same joke. Where do we have to extract her? At another safe house. Ooh, we should check. We should switch to one of these. Actually, fuck it. Doesn't matter. Okay, so I do see that they had a focus on this mission pack. Like, there's actually no side things to do. Which, I mean, I guess I wonder if it's the same if you didn't do the stuff in Wildlands. And I wonder if all of this is because of Project Over, since supposedly that's gonna be like a more of a linear
Nomad,
thing.
thank you. We did the right thing.
You know what? I usually don't do this, but this time, let's do it properly.
Nomad, your mission was technically a success. La Llorona is dead, and her cult along with her. Already, we've seen a reduction in activity.
Yeah. But what about Inez Cortez?
Inez Cortez is not a threat anymore.
It's all you have for me right now.
Yeah, I'm afraid so. But rest assured, all debts, hers and mine, will be paid in full. In the meantime, I've been reassigned to Nagan. We need you to stick around, mop up any remaining diehards.
What will her followers do without their leader?
Nothing you can't handle.
True. Take care of yourself, Emily. Watch your six.
Right. Thanks, Nomad.
Congratulations, Ghost. The Insider Program. We deeply appreciate your loyalty and your passion for our games. And today we're excited to invite you to what comes next. A brand new Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon experience is on the way. Your feedback will help us balance, optimize, and fine-tune the experience. Register now for a chance to join the Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon Insider Program. Well, I would, but I already did. So I won't again. Not even a cutscene. Exactly. That's like, what the heck? That was a black screen. You can't do your players like this. The heck? Yep, this ending is a huge letdown. Felt such a letdown. Yeah. Ghost Lead and Malaviuda. There we go. Oh, we got them. And what else did we get? Price. I was wondering. Okay. And that's it. Cool, I guess. They ran out of budget. Right. No cutscene, but a black screen, 2 lines and an ad. Right. Operation Lazarus report. Operation Lazarus, handler Emily Price, SOCOM classified. Operation Lazarus was a success. Local agitator that her was removed from AO. Any threat her paramilitary forces, geez, I can talk. Her paramilitary forces, Los Penitentes, may have posed to the current administration has been eliminated. Backchannel comms with the Bolivian DoD have been established through the usual means, and third parties, including ore extraction corporations, were informed. Addendum. Investigations into any and all connections to Op Rainmaker are ongoing. I can neither confirm nor deny that Roma her was in fact ex-agency. Okay, so what I'm gathering for this project over is going to be Operation Rainmaker. I don't know why that was held by Twitch. LL J minus D. Huh? Oh, La Roma. La Roma. Well, no, I know that the LL is a U, but it doesn't sound like they are saying that. That's why I'm confused of how to say that. That does not say that like they're saying La Roma. Anyway, okay, files. We got files to pick up. a bunch of them. Ooh, what's this? Eyes only, Operator Nomad. We've intercepted chatter from the penitentes, remnants complaining about an unbalanced collaboration with a criminal organization called the Four Valley Clans out of Nagan. Your removal of Cortez has led to an increase in these comms originating from Content Redacted. As the closest active AFO team, we've decided to Content Redacted. However, Content Redacted is blocking investigation into the 4V, citing Content Redacted. Oh my goodness, so much Content Redacted. CIA handler Price has requested that Content Redacted be followed to the letter in this matter. JSOC. Okay. The Four Valley Clans, criminal organization from Project Over, out of Nagan, is what I'm reading into this. Anything else? No, that's it. LL is supposed to be like a U, but sometimes Spanish accents can pronounce a U like a... Okay, guys, I know way too many languages for this.
The Jesuits came here to convert the indigenous tribes. Now,
That letter alone...
Santa Blanca converted it into a
I'm sorry, that letter, by which I mean the J letter alone, is pronounced in two different ways in the languages that I know. Can someone please make a tutorial walkthrough or something for these files? Main campaign lines again, La Santera. Well, let's see all the places first and see how many files are we gonna be left with without those. That's 2 clicks. Oh, for fuck's sake, and there are no heroes. All the way down there? Fuck no. We're taking a shortcut. The heck? Hey there, Lotus. Welcome in, Lotus. The radio is still messed up, though. The radio is still messed up. Okay, let's go and take that shortcut. How are you doing, Lotus? I would get these documents if I cared. Okay. I do want to see about them. And what information, what intel do they have? Doing good, enjoying done friends today. Done, I guess you mean some friends today. You in VR chat or something? We literally just finished the new mission pack that they added. Okay, we are close enough. So now let's see if there's a reason to go all the way up there.
You guys see the size of this chapel?
Could be La Santera's main church. Definitely worth checking out.
Bowman, we're approaching La Santera's chapel.
Good work. I doubt she'll be in, but with any luck, you'll get your hands on Sueño's Bible.
Bible?
You heard me. Sueño's thinking of his legacy. He asked La Santera and El Cardinal to write Santa Blanca's very own Bible. Part of his plan to turn himself into a legend. More immediately, he wants to make himself and the other bosses look good while cementing the loyalty of the Sicarios.
So he probably won't mind if that book recruits a few more gunmen and spreads a little fear.
La Santera and El Cardinal are working on the text, but it's not done. If La Santera loses the work they've done on it, she'll be out in the doghouse. She must keep it somewhere in the chapel. Get there, find it, and steal it. Putting her on Sueño's shit list will make it easier for us to take her operation apart.
Wow, Ubisoft. Just wow. You just couldn't take... you just couldn't get rid of this dialogue in Last Rites. A dialogue that is from the main game, the base game, the main campaign, whatever you want to call it. This Ubisoft, you are special, and not in a good way.
Let's go.
So anyway, yes, I'm typing fast. Okay, good. I see. Questionable way of wording. Oh, IRL. Oh, you're with friends IRL. Okay. I hope you're having fun in that case. This bone is what I was talking about. Yeah, I see. I see now. Okay, there we go. And now let's go back, I guess. Oh, the lag. Yes, out to eat and games. It's been a while. I see. Games? What kind of games are you playing? Some tabletop games or something? Some chess? IRL? With your friends? Yes, we are all together. Board and card games. No, you're not built for chess. What the heck? What does that mean? They're not built for chess. Okay, there we go. Right, I'm head out. It's getting late. Maybe you could help me find all the files here sometime. Yeah, I'm gonna attempt to find them tonight. Well, now, whatever, however you want to call it. And I think that's the only thing that we have to do, just find the files. But there are a lot of dark spots, so yeah. There's plenty of space where we can look. Plenty of places. If not, a good night anyways. Yeah, have a good one there, Cabo. Thank you very much for being here. 3:39. Yes, it is 3:39 for me. However, I planned today to do a long stream. Actually, initially, since it's the 25th anniversary of Ghost Recon, initially I was planning of doing a 24-hour stream. Just like that one time when, well, it was an accident at that time, but when we had the 5 years of Wildlands and we did go through all the Ghost Recon games on PC. Well, didn't go through all of them, like not fully through, but we did play some from each Ghost Recon game. Shit. And I was planning to do that initially. But then I saw that this is a little longer than just 1 or 2 missions. And I said that, okay, no, that's not gonna happen.
Got him.
Now that's a cross.
Kinda reminds me of the Valle de los Caídos in Spain. You know that Civil War monument?
I gotta hand it to Sueño. He's got some impressive architects and engineers on his payroll.
So, anyway, point is, I was ready to have a long stream. And, yeah, that's why it's gonna be a long stream. How to get the main mission? What do you mean, Benji? What main mission? There should be a section on the main menu for last rides. Oh, for the last rides? Yeah. And the main menu under continue. First or second under continue. It should be last rides. And by main menu, meaning as soon as you open the game, not this main menu. I guess this is the pause menu, but whatever. You get what I mean. As in, I'd have to... Pretty effing long. Wait, no, what? As in, I have to teach them. Oh, you would have to teach them. Chess. Okay, I see. I see what you mean.
Tango spotted.
Close to the parking lot.
5.5 hours? That's pretty fucking long. Come on, Gervais. 5.5 hours long. When I used to be doing 8 hours and more. Come on, Gervais.
Back it up, back it up.
Welcome in, Gervais. How you doing? Wait, do I have to create a new avatar entirely? For this, yes. It's not connected to the main campaign. Well, it's semi-connected. You will have the things that you picked up in the... I almost walked into that trap while looking at it. You will have access to the things that you found in the main campaign. But that's about it. You won't even have access to what you got through the missions from the main campaign, is what we found out. The Lone Whisperer. Page ripped from a diary belonging to Ines Cortez. Why does she has pages from her diary all over Bolivia? The heck? Anyway. Some nights I wake up in the dark, and instead of daughters, I look for a mother. One vanished who believes in me still. One to whisper in the dark, to tell me again, I can change things. For if I cannot, what were my sacrifices for? No whispers in the night comfort me anymore. I learn that it is my burden and mine alone to walk through the night, to know what I can do. This is a night only I can light. I am the whisper in the dark. I am the guiding star. I stand alone, and I learn that even stars yearn for mothers. Okay. Just finished my second D&D campaign session, so doing good. DM did end it on a cliffhanger. Oh, you started doing D&D. Man, I envy you. I want to do D&D. Shit. What's that? Oh, it was these guys.
Down. They're gonna see you.
If they get out... How does that not go through? Are you fucking serious? Nice. Love that other people do D&D. Another trap. How the fuck? I literally was disarming it. Ah, jeez, this bullshit.
Fuck took you so long. That's it, we're clear.
This is gonna drive me crazy as well. And that one doesn't kill me. It literally blew up next to me.
We searching this location for intel?
Yeah, I did. We're doing it online via Roll20. It works, but as a noob, it's a lot of getting used to. And you can always join my group. We don't bite. Well, yeah, but you also are doing it while... Fucking hell. You're also doing it while I already have the stream started. Well, I mean, like, you are not done with it when I already have the stream started. Okay, so you just bugged. You had no pain buff. Yeah, because I see you guys on a lot of the times. Because I am still in there in that Discord that you guys are doing the D&D session in. That's why I know that you, whenever I ask you how was the D&D, because I see you in there. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna stop here-ish. Probably on the other side, since I turned. We could try to schedule for Sundays, but we already have a couple of games
The drone is up.
set for Sundays. Nah, it's okay. Don't reschedule for me. And also, I mean, we try to do that, Lou. Is I want to do the other version. I would like to do. Oh shit.
The signal's all bad. They're jamming the drone.
Okay, that's way too far. Where I like D&D, it's a lot of getting used to it. Oh.
To the market, Jeeves.
Just a sec. While we pass these. Alright. It's a lot of getting used to it. I feel like the RP could be a bit better right now, but we might grow into it. Or is everybody new to D&D? Are the others new to D&D as well? Wait, I didn't even pay attention. File there. Anyway, I'm gonna get some sleeps. Alright, Gervais. Good night. And sweet dreams. Thank you for popping in. No, not new, but these guys are about fighting. Okay. I see. So there's future campaigns. You don't have to join now. This campaign will be set in the Wild West, so you might like it since there will be guns, just all guns. Human fighters at heart, my favorite. Okay, where is this? This is gonna be somewhere. Oh, shit, I forgot. Jammer.
The drone's fucked up. They're jamming us.
Yeah, let's see. What did they do here?
Shit, we got company.
We do? Where? Don't just tell me that we got company, but not point them out. The fuck? Okay, but there is another jammer on the other side. Yep.
The signal's all
Okay,
bad.
so
Jamming the
these
drone.
two jammers are still here. What I'm wondering is about the tangos. If they are still here. Just that instead of Santa Blanca, it's these other guys. Right there.
Heads up, we got a turret.
Right there. Ah, Ubisoft. Are these two patrolling up and down here as well? These are literally the same guys in the same positions, just like in the main game. Okay, that isn't, but these two. And these two are, and yep, and that one as well. And these are all the same. Heavy, heavy, and regular. It's literally the same. Is the new mission in a different instance? But it's not part of the main game? Yeah, so the way that it was with Narco Road, that's the same way that how this is. Last rights. You have to go into it from a separate place in the main campaign. In the main menu. It's weird, but it's weirder than the others. Because for the others, you have to do everything from zero. Here, even though you create a new character, you have access to everything that you have access to in the main game.
Top of the tower.
Well, no, I'm sorry, not everything, but everything that you collected and is not from a mission, you have access to here from the main game. Shadow, welcome in. Welcome, and thank you very much for that resub, Shadow. I appreciate it. 66 months. How are you doing? People should fire up the game and find out.
We're close to the container.
Right. shoot.
We're cool, we're cool. Hold up, they're gonna see you.
Are you gonna come out?
Poke the hornet's nest.
Dead body found. This guy, I think. Yes. And probably somebody else. Because still haunted. Shit. Okay, there are more than the usual guys. There were these guys that were in the same position and everything, but there are more than just that. I kind of just want to blow up that SAM site. Not SAM site, jammer. But I'm gonna have to move from here too. So I had to leave for a sec. So it's like Narco Road. Yes, it's like Narco Road, as in you have to start it from the main menu separately. But you do have the things that you collected in the main campaign as well, in the base campaign. And like all your skills are already maxed out from the base campaign. 25 stream streak, holy crap, Shadow. Nice. Sorry being so late. Update on RP. Update on RP, what do you mean? What kind of update? Well, I managed to get through most of the day without running the AC, but since this is a brick building and now it's 8 PM, it's getting quite warm. Time for the AC. Hey, you at least have AC. I managed to do these entire years without AC.
We're good.
And let me tell you, it is freakishly hot here. It's way too hot. Ah shit, he moved. He turned exactly when I shot. New jobs, new crime stuff, a lot of stuff happened. Flattened tires with a gun on PD car. Also, you had to go test it out. Ah shit, there's not here. Ah! Fucking...
I'm opening fire.
Wait. Unfortunately, nobody else is. Marked. Come on, get better so that we can get the heck out of here. Just want to get that freaking document and that's it. Why is he going up there? The fuck? Shit. Die already. I'm gonna go down. No, I didn't. We Would you please?
Copy.
Finally.
Got it.
We're good. We all in one piece?
Blood of Bolivia. Okay. Yeah, kind of, but also like the whole city was there. I see. Well, trying new stuff in the city. Yeah, so testing. Group testing. At the dog dude. How's Dream been going tonight? It was good. We did finish the new mission pack. We're actually still in the same world, but we're just collecting the documents. Oh shit, which one was I on? Blood of Bolivia, there we go. It was interesting. It wasn't bad. It's not bad. It's not a bad mission pack. It's kind of over pretty quickly, given that it's similar to Narco Road and Fallen Ghosts. There's like, what, I think 8 missions or something like that. But let's just say that the ending is a letdown. Without spoiling it. There's no side content, which I'm not sure how to feel about it. Like, literally, all we have is the missions and the documents, and that's it. There's nothing else to do in here. The documents are the side content. Right. Sure, let's call them that. Hydrate, guys. Don't forget to hydrate. And actually, let me go grab my water from the fridge. I'll be back in just under a minute. All right, I'm back. I told you just under a minute. It wasn't even half a minute. Okay, let's see, what's this? So, Blood of Bolivia. Another page ripped from the diary of Ines Cortes. In my dream, I bite and bite at the skin of the land. I break my tooth, and my blood softens the rock. The land opens up for me, and I see rivers of blood infected by poison, the color of Bolivianos. I see life so busy struggling, it doesn't notice it's being uprooted. It's being uprooted. I swear I can read every now and then. The roots know what is being stolen underneath, so the invaders have them removed. But with them come the spirits of the ancestors. This is our land, and only us can cure it. We are its offspring, and only it can nurture us. In my dream, I bite and suck the poison right out of the wound. I spit and I fall. Content. I spit and I fall. Content. What? I either don't understand English, I am way too tired, or this doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Oh, content. Okay. Okay, so I'm the stupid one. Thank you, Lou. That makes more sense. Whew. Speaking of hydrating, I need to hydrate more. So says my speech therapist. Should be drinking 2 quarters a day, about 2 liters, 1.9. Yeah. Wait, is it 2? Oh yeah, it is 2 liters. Yep. Right. English is definitely not confusing. Right.
Stop bullying me.
Mm-hmm. Oh, this cold water is so good. It's so freaking hot here, guys. Shadow, by the way, since you're here, and I know you were one of the people that kept asking, guess what is back? Well, kind of back-ish. Predator. Yeah, that too. Indeed, that's what we started the stream with. But that's not what I mean. Not regarding Wildlands. Then what? Merch. Shadow. The merch is back. You asked for a lot of things. That is true, you're always asking for something. You should be able to get the link with exclamation mark merch. Check out what's there, what's in there. Okay, well, the guys thankfully killed everybody, so now we can just walk around. What can you get? A few things. All the things that are available. No, you want it for free. Wow. Even I don't get it for free. What do you mean? Even I don't get it for free, and it's my merch.
Buckle up, people.
All those things that you can see there are the stuff that Fourth Wall will ship all around the world. Minus the what do you call it? Minus the clothing. I did not choose any clothing. For now, at least. Sounds like a you problem. Wow. You gotta check it out, honestly. You do. Like, I would actually like... I wanna... I wanna get some of my own merch. I got my plushie now, thanks to a dear friend.
Deploying drone.
What plushie did you get? I knew they're here. I just knew it. Wait, actually, there's nothing here. I guess we can move on. There's the helipad without a helicopter. Oh yeah, and there are no helicopters in the last rides. Mission back. Which kind of sucks. We have to drive everywhere. I'm actually not sure why I'm still going there. Actually, you know what? Yeah, let's keep going that way. And let's see if we can pass here and come back. Kind of like that. What, DC? Kind of like what? A husky with a subway? What do you mean with a subway? Like a sandwich? Are you like no heroes? I mean, yeah, it's good, but it's, yeah. Oh, out of the area. Okay. Can we get back in time? I would say no. I'm gonna say no. We did. Last kind of second. Okay, let's see. Sandwich. So it is a sandwich. What the heck? Where did you get it from? A husky with a sandwich. Like to poke the paws. Wait, is that why my paws hurt?
I'm in. Let's go.
From a person I know as well. Okay. Then I know who you're talking about. How many more documents do we need? Probably a bunch minus a little. I was more like just driving around to unlock... Well, I didn't unlock up here. But yeah, to unlock the dark spots. I'm trying to drive to the question mark so that we get those unlocked as well. You know what, let me get to this one and then I'm gonna check how many. How many are left? There we go. This one doesn't have any. Okay, so there we go. 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 more. Oh, there's a lot. Yeah, there are a lot of them. Okay, yeah, I guess I'm gonna go up here. Maybe I should go back to last rides. Well, up to you. I thought you said that you're not interested in the files. Dang, really no helos whatsoever? And no files here. Okay. My favorite voodoo plushie. Don't tell the person I said that. Or person that was so kind to gift you the plushie to me. To read this or watch this VOD. What the heck, Shadow? She was here earlier. I was actually surprised she was here. And she was supposed to sleep. She did go to sleep in the end, though. Oh. Yep. And a safe house that is not a safe house anymore. Okay. All right, a couple more. Oh wait, I didn't. There we go. All right. Nothing up there.
That's 5.
This is gonna be El Yayo's place. Nothing down there. Let's actually come here, and then we're gonna attempt to go here in this dark area. So far I see like 4 safe houses. That's it. 1 in Espiritu Santo, 1 in Villa Verde, and 2 in Caimanes. Okay. Still have these 2 to get from here. Wasn't there one down here? I guess not. Yeah, these 2. We said that we have 14, so 12 more that we don't know where they are. Because I figured it'd be like 4 files of a bunch nothing. But with this many and the files you have unlocked possibly reference the next game, I am now interested. I see. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, that they might be referencing the next game. What the fuck, I've been playing RP way more than should have. What the heck, Shadow? Oh yeah, so the merch is one thing, which yep, there we go. That's it. That's the link for the merch. So you guys can check it out. And the other thing is the... I still have it. The FPS swapper. That I finished finally. I finished, so whoever uses the first person mod can swap between the files easily. There's gonna be some tangos here as well. Yep. That's why we're going around. Ish. Oh shit, we can't even go that way. Yeah, we're definitely not gonna be going up. Oh shit. I guess we are going up, just not the way that I thought. I don't think that we can go up. Like properly go up. All the way to the road. Yeah, no. Okay. Now, maybe we can go that way. Even though I kind of doubt. Dude, I like the neck mask. Exactly, I know, right? That's one of the things that I'm interested of getting to myself. And the frame pick? I guess. I'm interested in the neck mask, the patches, and the flag. Those are the ones that I'm interested in. Okay, is this gonna be... Yeah, I don't think that this is gonna be... We won't be able to go maybe back here, but I think this is gonna be already out of bounds. We might just teleport. Actually, can we teleport at all? I mean, we can teleport, but I mean, is there anywhere to teleport at all? Okay. Oh, we got it. Okay, good. Mako. Have we been in Mako? I don't think so. Wait, Palmeras. The lookout. I think this is the other laboratory. Let's do this. Let's go to Mako. Can we? Oh shit, are you serious? We can't even teleport? What? You can teleport only to safe houses? Wow. Just wow. You cannot teleport to villages. Villages/cities. Nope. You cannot even teleport to Villa Verde. Are you serious? You really have to. This is wow. So they took away the ability to fly, and they took away the ability to teleport to cities and villages, towns and villages, whatever you want to call them. So you have to ride around or walk around, whatever. They had to pad out the game time. Right. Pick, I want to hang up in my home for sure, because I want to play dart with... Wow, Shadow. You want to play dart with my logo? Wow, Shadow. And the flag I want as well. I don't know, I think the flag is cool. Okay, fine. Fine. That's all good. All fine. We cannot go up there. Okay, let's see. So there are these two. Let's teleport here to Espiritu Santo Alpha and drive down to Villa Verde to get this file. And then further down to the other file, southwest of the first one, of Villa Verde. I want it all as decoration in my home and Megbulan area. What the heck, Shadow? Yeah, there's gonna be in the middle the subway husky. The heck?
Let's go.
Man, you'll never let me drive anymore. Just 'cause that one time?
Yes, just 'cause that one time. Oh yeah, and I forgot to paste there. That's the other thing. Wait, no, actually, I did. I think I did. Never mind. I don't know. Whatever. That's the swapper. The first person swapper. I think I did post it already. So never mind. Oh, and they added a bunch of changes. What are these guys doing here on the bridge? Now they're on the bridge. Are you? Wow. Okay. There are like 4 guys on the bridge. So looking out into the river, on the water. Now this is gonna be the Santa Blanca area. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be full of the guys, isn't it? The new guys. Something with a B. I have to learn their name. No, I'm poking the plushie. Yeah, but I mean like whenever you're not poking it. I'm gonna be sitting there in the middle of all the other stuff.
Fanatic with a gun. That always ends well.
Your eyes are
Hello?
usually but she is here with us today. Please welcome our very own Inez Zapata.
It is a joy to be here with you.
May I just say that your outfits never fail to open our eyes. You look spectacular.
Aye, thank you.
Now, Inez, I want to bring our audience's attention to a part of your life they may not know, but which I know is very important to you. And that is your charity work in the local barrios.
There is so much that needs doing. It can feel overwhelming sometimes. I try to help where I can. Eradicating poverty is the long-term goal, but right now I am concentrating on education.
That is wonderful. Now, reliable sources report you were seen chatting closely with someone well known to our audience.
Now, there were many people at that party.
I think you know who I mean. Do you deny it?
I'd like to keep that to myself. For now.
All right. That is what we wanted to hear. Everyone, a big hand for the incomparable Inez Zapata.
Okay, so this was pre her meeting, or not meeting, but being married to her husband. The what? made me proud by bullying Mulan as much as possible. Not that anyone does that. Right. Shit. Is the other way. Well, fuck it. We're still gonna go this way. Because we have to open up anyway. This part. Yes, he was bullying me just like you. Y'all are just some fucking bullies. That's what y'all are. There we go. Another safe house. Your free merch? Right. Exactly then, Shadow. Exactly then. We shouldn't actually be stopping this right now. Because it's just gonna mess it up. Some guys are gonna come here. The power of a mask. Severed page from a diary in Ines Cortez's handwriting. I woke up with my face covered in clean bandages. Inside, my heart felt soiled. I knew I couldn't let it faster. I wore the bandages, still to go after Marco. And when I killed him, it was his blood, not mine, that marked the cloth. When I came back, villagers fell on their knees, brought icons in my new likeness, and I thought of my old dreams and my hopes. Maybe that was fate's twisted gift to me, the role I'd been preparing for. An actor is no liar. What is a stage? Nothing if not a shrine where deeper truths hide. Once masked, my face screams louder than ever, and everyone listens. And make the promise. Wow.
Drone is airborne.
I got eyes on a Jenny.
Can we get that? We can. Alright. But I think this is gonna be too far. Yeah, 1.4. One point two, 1.1. And what about this one, actually? Before moving on. Nothing. I'm kind of tempted to just teleport there. I think I'm gonna do that. After this. That's fine. This. We should just drive there. Now, but it brings us backwards. Yeah, I'm gonna teleport to the aviary, Charlie, go up there, and then most probably come down this way. And I don't know, one of the ways. But yeah, I will always seriously support you and watch VODs, etc. You have made a difference for me since I first joined your stream back then. So I'm dying for more months of bullying and more. Well, thank you, Shadow. Thank you very much. Same. Thank you to DC. Thank you, guys. I do appreciate that. From both of you and everybody that supports me.
I'll drive.
All right, let's roll.
He said let's roll, so let's roll. Well, we didn't roll, but oh, maybe now.
Shit balls.
There we go. We rolled now. By the way, dude, Shadow, what's up with the guns? What's it called? Running with guns, running with weapons, running with rifles, running with rifles. There we go. Bah. When we're gonna play it? Got any time?
All right, we're good.
Buckle up, people.
Set. Let's go.
Hey, they didn't start shooting at us. That is nice. I need some time off. Oh, there we go. From RP, so I will get more time to play other stuff. So I'll let you know when I'm more free. Alright. I need some diversity from RP. I see. Oh, probably should go the other way first. Meanwhile, the guy just standing there. It's kind of hard-ish to see, harder to see, I guess I should say, on the minimap, the enemy cars, trucks, whatever. Since they are so like light cream colored. Yeah, it was a Unidad car truck. Why is there a Unidad truck there? This is... what is this? Oh, this is the Unidad place. I remember this. And just chill and have fun with my homies.
Drone.
Too much drama sometimes in RP. Right.
Generator spotted. We want to shut off the power.
Okay, this is full of the guys as well. These traps are...
Hey, sniper on the roof.
I have to do some proper recon for the traps. There's nothing here. Yeah. Observation post. Let's go there, and then from there we're gonna go up north. Then go through this village. And then come down here and here. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Also, they added quite a few changes to have more liberty to set your game however you want. Starting with like more granular difficulty settings to like things to be able to do that was only available in like ghost mode, like having only one primary weapon, team fire, or friendly fire activation. So what else was there? Some stuff about revives, different ways of revives. I don't know, multiple things. And the other thing, and actually I do have to try that out. We have to try that out, guys. The persistence.
Bolivia has been Chuka's fantasma, just like the Canadians, Chinese, and Russians. They also drop in. They drop from the ceiling and give sweet kisses. But once they've drunk your blood, they leave their excrement on your face. In this country, politicians hug and smile and congratulate themselves, yet long after the case is over, the veins of Bolivia are poisoned by mouths full of shit.
What the heck, DC? So what was I saying? Oh yeah, persistent SAM sites. I gotta test that out. Cause what the fuck? I'm curious about that.
Okay, we're still alright.
Okay, wait. That is exactly not the way that I meant to go. But I guess we can do it the other way as well. I'm gonna go sleep. I'm tired and head hurts from not hydrating enough. Thanks for streaming this. Stay safe, man, and I'll chat as well. Stay safe. Good night, all. All right, Shadow. Well, first of all, drink more water. Second of all, thank you very much for coming in. You have a good night's sleep there. And see you on the next one. Sweet dreams. Okay, yeah, these guys took over everything. So, yeah, besides the beginning, we really don't have any Unidad. Oh, shit. I just saw it right before I stepped on it. I didn't even check. I just knew that there would be a file here. I thought it would be there, though. Oh, look! A plane! I see a plane! Well, in the air, flying, but still a plane! It's not just a myth. planes actually exist in the last rites. Shoot it down. Oh, what the? Why would I shoot it down? It's just gonna blow up. I would need to fly around. This sounds like the drone problem on Breakpoint all over again. The bear traps. Nah, I don't think it's that bad. I mean, it is annoying, but I also am not really paying attention to it, so... I'm pretty sure if I would be paying attention, it should be
there,
better.
inside the firing post.
Pros and cons. List of pros and cons made by 2 former cartel members about whether to join Los Penitentes. That's what it is, Los Penitentes. The paper emanates a strong pisco smell. Cons. The bastards are crazy. Too much kneeling. No clearly defined hierarchy to climb. What the fuck? Pros. Easier to join a rising organization than to rebuild a dead one. Nutjobs got teeth, get the work done. Civilians already on board. Masks provide anonymity. What the heck? 2 former cartel members. Hi.
Rifleman spotted.
Bye.
We're good. We're good.
All right. There we go. I'm getting out of there. You see, I'm gonna be stepping on another bear trap soon. Okay, so that's done. The question mark now. I wish this would be on the whole map though. Not just in these 4 provinces, 3.5. Oh, that's up there. Oh, it's not up there. Ore storage. Okay. All right. I kind of still want to check out Mako, because I'm not sure if we were there. Oh shit, I forgot about this. I'm gonna go grab that. Also check these 2 question marks. Okay, let's go do that. You guys have to make up your mind. Via Verde en La Marquesa. Oh shit. I freaking
Taking a shot.
Okay. Well, that worked.
I'm opening fire on these
no, it didn't.
shitheads.
are still after us. They just won't let it go. They didn't see Frozen. This place, oh shit. I remember this place. Okay, I guess now they already gave up. Oh, okay, bye. Oh, we stopped. Good. Yeah, I do remember this place. There's gonna be another heavy with that heavy. Like, probably on his left, I would say.
Drone is up.
No, never mind. On his right. Oh, come on. I saw you. Don't hide. There we go. Jeez. So many heavies. What the heck is happening here? There's like 5 heavies just in this place. Six. Okay, I am getting quite tired, so I might actually call it. But I definitely do want to get all the documents. Okay, this is what we're gonna do. We gonna grab this document, check these 2 question marks, which we can actually do it from here, and unlock this dark spot. And then I'm gonna call it. Oh, why did I? Oh, maybe we cannot do it from here. It's on the opposite side of the mountain. Yeah, we won't be able to do it from here. Oh, or maybe? No. Too far. Alright, that's one of them. And there's the other, which is even, like, worse. Ah, shit, dang it. Okay. Well, we're gonna have to... I saw a guy there. We're gonna have to do this first. Another freaking heavy. The 7th one. Get the rest next Saturday. Well, it's gonna be either next Saturday or maybe even tomorrow. Well, I guess today already for me. Hey there, Jet. You like the new stuff? It's okay. It's definitely more than I was expecting. But yeah, there are some stuff that are How are you doing, Jet? So, we did get this DLC kind of thing. Just like Narco Road and Fallen Ghosts. This mission backlast, right? So one of Ebony's friends streaming it the other day. Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, so we finished the mission. At this point, we're just here for getting all the files. But yeah, so we got this mission pack, which is unfortunately just the mission pack and the files, the whole thing. And it's just this part of the map. And then we got, not here, well, here as well. In the options, we have like team composition. So how many AI teammates you want to play with, basically. From 0 to 3, which wasn't, it was on or off. You have more granularity regarding difficulty. You get ghost parameters, which is some settings from ghost mode that you can use now, well, in a regular campaign or anywhere in the game, like the tactical reloads that was only in ghost mode. You can have only one primary weapon and some revive settings. With the hot elements, you have the impact trajectory preview on or off, and the interaction shader, like for supply crates and, you know, shiny stuff that right now shine. You can disable the shining. And then you have the world and session settings, where you can change the weather, the time of day. You can turn on off alarms, jammers, mortars, SAM sites, which you can also make persistent. So like in that session, if you blow up some SAM sites, if you go away, the SAM sites are going to stay blown up. Patrol rates for ground and Unidad vehicles to disable them or even just reduce them. Maximum Unidad alert levels and friendly fire. So these are some nice and good additions, in my opinion. Now, there are some things that I don't like they took out the challenges. So they did add some things, but you won't be able, you literally have to buy them, because you are not able to grind anymore. Who heard? There's somebody on Mark that heard that. So you're not able to grind anymore to be able to get those things. He's going the opposite way, okay.
Target marked. Keep an eye on your background.
The main question is, what are your thoughts on the overall changes? Shit.
Fucking hell!
That I'm not paying attention.
Fire, fire, fire!
Take cover already.
They are alright. As I said, it's more than I expected. So, what the So quality of light changes. They stay blown up indefinitely, even solo after fast traveling. I do not know about fast traveling. But I know about going away and going back. They should stay. New weapons. No, not per se. Where the fuck? Who the fuck is shooting? I knew it. He was not marked. I just knew it. Come on. Okay, who else? You. And you are where?
Grenade!
And still more unmarked? Okay, sorry about this. So, new weapons, not per se new weapons. They're all the old weapons, but you have access. There we go. You have access to some of those old weapons that you couldn't have access to anymore otherwise, or before. You couldn't get them. And there are some new game changes, like these. Yeah, those are exactly what they look like. Kind of fucked up, but they are.
Enemy activity nearby.
Enemy activity. Oh. I do like the quality of life changes. Those I do like. Alright, a resignation letter. Fragment of a resignation letter sent out by a Unidad officer mentioning the cult of Los Penitentes. No matter how much power we gather, we're still playing lapdogs for the cartel, for a few rich men, or foreigners who wouldn't last 2 hours in our provinces. Unit after unit, we die for nothing. We die of losing our purpose here, and hierarchy doesn't care. Los Penitentes have that purpose, and I won't die for nothing. It's not desertion when everyone else is already dead. Okay. Best one is the SAM sites. Yes, that is one of the best ones. I think the SAM sites. I guess this weather can be nice as well, but okay, whatever. Maybe the rate, reducing the rate of the patrols is nice. The friendly fire is definitely nice if you're playing co-op. Well, debatable for whom, but I like that change. And this granularity of the difficulty is quite nice. With this, I'm gonna actually wanna play around so that enemies are not gonna be like the enemy endurance enemies, so that enemies are not like Terminators. It takes an entire mag to kill them if they're alerted. So I wanna test that out, test a few things out for that. The tactical reload is really nice addition as well. And I kind of like this 1-2 weapon addition as well. So yeah, I think that overall is pretty okay. They are pretty okay, the changes. Will we be able to move this car?
Hang on, I'll drive.
Oh yeah, we did. Okay. Alright, we kinda have to go around with this. Okay, so as I said, we're gonna go check out those 2 question marks. Maybe not necessarily even go all the way there, but get closer so that we can check them out with the drone. So we're not on the other freaking side of the mountain. And then check out the dark spot up north. And then I'm gonna call it. And tomorrow, if not tomorrow, then I don't know, at some point, I'm gonna wanna. Okay, so dramatic. I'm gonna wanna get all the rest of the files. Okay, so that's one. Of course, nothing here. And the other one is there. With the file. So we are going to grab that file.
I'm in. Let's go.
Is a place where there is a helo. A supply helo. Right there. Behind this pole. Or light, I guess.
Sniper up in the tower. I got eyes on a generator.
I swear. Everybody's just singing in Bolivia. First Santa Blanca, and now these guys. Okay, wait. So we gotta get back here. Oh. I can see. There we go. So we gotta get back here. 2 guys inside. Wait, no, 1 guy inside. 2 guys inside. Yeah, 2 guys inside. 1 outside. Plus the sniper. Should be easy. We're just gonna get the sniper and the 2 guys inside and the 1 outside. We should be fine. Stop seeing me.
Back it up, they're gonna see you.
Hi. Bye. Alright.
They're gonna see you. Hold up.
Did he just suspect?
They're on alert.
Oh shit. Are you serious? You had to fucking
Taking fire from the parking area.
reload right now.
Fuck, engage.
Sheesh. We didn't use DirectX for shit. No. No, that kind of update was just for the console. Ah, shit. Not paying attention to the fucking traps.
ammos.
Ammo man, I know. Dead drops. Page ripped from a diary. It's old, the ink faded, and the handwriting of Ines Cortez. The dead drops are silent, untouched again. Months with no answer, with my offerings piling up without an acknowledgement. It's like screaming into a void, but this void is closed even to my voice and won't grace me with so much as an echo. Emily turned away from me, but I have eyes and I see how much work is left to do. If the CIA has no appetite for the fight, I shall be hungry on behalf of all. If they don't have hands to stop the hurting of my people, I shall use mine. If they will turn a blind eye, I shan't need to listen to them. Alright, and now let's go up there once we are out of this fight. And did he go in? He didn't go in. Oh shit. What are you doing? There we go. Alright.
Clear. How you guys holding up?
So... let me just restock. We're gonna teleport. Am I blind? The fuck? Alright, so now teleport to Espiritu Santo Alpha, and then we're gonna drive up there. And then we're gonna see where we're gonna end at which safe house. And have to see how many documents do we still have left to grab.
I'll drive.
Ammo management, what the?
My penitentes come from places like this. Our leaders make slaves of them for industrialists in La Paz and around the world. Now, we set our own wages. For every lie, we take their tongues. For every smile, their teeth. For every laugh, we tear their jaws out of their faces. When a man begs without a jaw, he looks very much like he has just realized his mistake. I believe he has. You'll see what I mean.
The heck? This chick is crazy. Why is it not leading me up here? What the heck? Last Rites, this reminds me of the demise of the Faithful DLC on DVD when they added the Plague Killer. Okay. Why? Why does it remind you of that? All right. So that was that. There's another black, dark part here. We're not gonna check that out right now. Why can't you just tell me to go? What the heck? The loading screen. The lady on the mask looks like the plague killer. Oh, I see. Some dark spots all along here as well. But next time we're gonna have to do Caimanes and Okoro. So since we're gonna do that, we're gonna start here in Caimanes Delta. Oh wait, I didn't get this. Yeah, if I get to the Caimanes Delta, I can just... I think it's close enough. I think so. Oh yeah, and they re-added the Predator mission to the main campaign. That's the other thing. Oh, and if you don't have Ghost Recon Future Soldier, you can go ahead and get it now. For free, for now. Now for free for now. On Ubisoft Connect. So make sure you do that if you're interested. Games are also on discount. Wildlands and Breakpoint. Actually, I think all of the games are on discount. All right. Lapis Cooperative. I guess we'll see you tomorrow then. Maybe. I'll just say maybe. I don't want to promise anything. Since I am pretty tired and it's already past 5 a.m., I will say maybe. But, yeah. It's been 7 hours, over 7 hours. It's pretty much the same province and pretty much the same weather that we started with. I'm not even gonna change it. All right, guys. I am calling it here. So thank you very much for everybody for being here. Oh, before. For those of you that were here and didn't get already from others, from other Wildland streams, did you guys see by any chance, or did you guys get by any chance any drops? Because I saw a lot of people having in their title drops, but I didn't see any drops. Like even on the list of drops, I didn't see any drops for Wildlands. I know that the Ubisoft on Thursday, the Ubisoft had drops because I actually got the drops. But now that's a scummy streamer tactic. New thing comes out, streamer puts drops in title to draw people in. I mean, that happened before as well, but there are like a lot of streamers. That's why I'm asking. Like right now, just in the first two rows, I have two streamers having drops in their titles. But yeah, okay, so that means that you didn't get any drops. I didn't mean to ask that at the beginning of the stream. I could have added drops as well. If you would have gotten any drops. No, not a single drop. Okay. Oh, thank you. All right, guys. Thank you very much for being here. I hope to see you on the next one, which is either gonna be tomorrow or I don't know, who knows? Probably latest next Saturday. And yeah, until then, I wish you all a great day, night, evening, morning, or whatever else applies to you. And you have a good one there, guys. Bye-bye.